calling or connecting from. So we can all know where you're connecting from. I am in Miami, in Venezuela, but I live in Miami. And
I'm from India, Gurugram.
And how do you feel today?
Oh, I'm very good, pleasant feeling, divine feeling with you. So I'm not feeling that I'm in Gurugram. I'm feeling that we are in heavenly space. Collectively, we are, participating on one stage, heavenly stage.
You can write it in the chat if you don't want to speak out loud. I'm feeling humble and grateful.
Hi, Maria.
Kathrin, good
I'm
afternoon.
very excited to join your beautiful opening ceremony.
So happy you're here.
And I see that Alison has joined us. She's in Sri Lanka. Alison, can you share how you're feeling today? Your mic is muted.
Sorry, I'm almost home. It's so noisy where I'm at, but I'm feeling right now rushed. But I feel excited to be connecting with some people. It's been a long time since I had a Zen meeting with you, Meenakshi. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm almost home.
Thank you for that tour of Sri Lanka.
Yeah, beautiful to be in many places. So maybe we could start, Maria. I'm just going to start the recording also.
Absolutely. So if we can all put our mics on mute, that way so we are here and we welcome ourselves and we welcome all of you to this sacred space, the ones that are here live and the ones that will be connecting as they see this live stream or later on during the day, maybe in the coming years, as we today are creating memory, historic memory for the ones to come, to show that we can gather in sacred circle despite the distances, despite our backgrounds, our religions. It is how Mother Earth calls us. She's at the center of our circle, Gaia. And we are all her children. And as she calls us to gather, to celebrate this passage of the wheel of the year, whether we are in the Northern Hemisphere, as I am right now in Miami, Florida, we welcome the autumn. And as we are in the Southern Hemisphere, we welcome the spring. And that's one of the most beautiful teachings I've received, which is put Mother Earth in the center of all of our choices. How beautiful to share our humanness, our love, because we belong to her. And despite our own beliefs, we can all see very clearly and feel how Mother Earth is changing, how she's dancing with the sun, and we're dancing with her. And so we celebrate this day as all of our ancestors. And we bring back those timelines with the ancient ones and the future ones, as this ancient technology of the portals of the earth and the universe is also the futuristic technology, as we bridge the gap of those times when we forgot to celebrate this dance, this beautiful dance, this beautiful portal of harmony. So together we close our eyes. If you want to, you can keep them open. And let's all take, if you can, first feel the ground under your feet. Just place yourself in a position where you are grounded and feel the earth under your feet. And collectively, we take 3 deep breaths, feeling the earth under our feet, slowly. Just feel that love and that life force energy. Strong and yet gentle. It's coming through the sole of our feet, all the way through our spine, just revitalizing all of our cells. And then just release a sigh, welcoming yourself to this moment here and now. And allow the energy to move your body if you need to. Maybe a mudra comes. Maybe there's a sound, there's a song. Just allow for the energy, because each one of us, as we are in this sacred circle, we are a temple. We are a crystal. We are a bridge of heaven and earth. And in your next breath, just feel how that grace is showering from the center of the universe, that other home to our souls. And let's just feel those blessings, bringing us exactly what we need in this time and moment. We call upon peace, well-being. Let's just drop our thoughts into our heart. Let our thoughts trickle down from our head and our hair down to Mother Earth, rooting into her love. When you feel settled, just release the breath and just let it happen. You can bring a light smile to your face. To the winds of the east, where the sun rises every morning. Come be with us today. We greet you on this sacred day, on this holy day. We call upon the spirit of the eagle and the condor. Come fly with us today. Lend us your wings so we can fly up high and above, so we can rise and receive the vision for our lives, so we can gain perspective. We call upon the inner child that we all have. Bring your wonderment, your curiosity, your spontaneity, and your magic. Come be with us today. Welcome, welcome, welcome the element of the fire. To the wings of the south, Sachamama, Mother Serpent, come be with us today. greet us in this sacred circle and make it a healing one for all of us. May we all shed our skin and renew our bodies, our mind, our spirit. Thank you, thank you, thank you for making this a healing space. We welcome the element of earth and our inner teenager. Aho. To the winds of the west, Otorongo, Jaguarcito, Puma, Jaguar. Come be with us today. Bring your beautiful medicine of integrity. Come devour and eat away all of that no longer serves us. All of that is not creating harmony in our lives. Bring us back into that alignment and give us the courage to speak, to walk, to be who we are, to show our colors. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We call upon our adult man or woman and the spirit of water, sacred water within our bodies, within the body of Mother Earth, and the waters in the sky with the clouds. Aho. To the wings of the north, hummingbird, colibri, sirwakinti. Come be with us today. Take us on that epic journey as we journey together into all the different realms of our spirit and our souls. Take us there where we most need to retrieve those lowest parts of our soul, all those fragments, and help us bring them all together. Come elevate the frequency of all the areas of our lives. Show us how to walk the beauty way. Show us how to drink from the nectar of flowers and live our lives with sweetness. To the spirits of the mountains, the Apus, all the wise men and women, wisdom keepers of the earth. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for coming in spirit and teaching us. Thank you to all that you have shared. As we can draw upon those teachings in the ethers, we welcome them. Aho, the spirit of the wind. Aho, aho. All our inner wise men and women. Aho, welcome. Pachamama, Madre Tierra. Gracias, gracias, gracias. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Pachamama, for gathering us here together today. Hold us, each one of us, ground us in your womb of love, Mother Earth. Thank you for everything that you give us, all the teachings, all the food, everything that we need, all the oxygen that we breathe. Thank you to your plants, to the animals, to the insect, to the minerals. Thank you, Mother Earth, for your seeds, for all the nourishment. Thank you for being a mirror reflecting our emotions with your seasons, as Meenakshi was sharing before. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you for this opportunity called life so that we can all be here. Learning, evolving, sharing the wisdom that we have all been gathering during our walk. Creating the big book of wisdom. Pachamama. We call upon the force and the energy of all the seeds that are starting to sprout in the southern hemisphere. the energy of life, all the little animals, the big animals, mating. We call upon that force of the mating season, of the spring. May we remember that you give us the strength when we most need it. We call upon the abundance that you're showing us in the Northern Hemisphere. All the fruit trees, the apple orchards, all the flowers, the new blooms during this season. We welcome that energy and frequency of the flowers, of the bees pollinating. We welcome the decay that is to come with your leaves, composting the forests. As we go and prepare ourselves to go into your roots, into your womb, Pachamama, to restore our lives, to let go and release with you, to gain perspective, to go within and journey in authenticity, facing ourselves, our fears, being brave to understand what has come to an end, what cycle is ending and closing, and ask ourselves, what is beginning? To all the portals of the earth that have been seeded with love during this day. Machu Picchu, Tiwanaku, Mount Shasta, Great Grand Canyon of Colorado, Roraima, Los Andes Mountains, Stonehenge, Giza, Golden Temple, Varanasi, Mount Fuji, all the sacred portals of this earth that have been planted with crystals, with prayers from around the world. We connect to the grid of crystals around you, Pachamama, uniting the wisdom, uniting all of us, all the grids. We look above to our great Father Sky. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We call upon the great mantle of stars of our great cosmic mother as she holds us in her womb of love. We call upon all the angelic beings, all the light beings, all the ascended masters to be here with us today, of all creeds and religions. Thank you, Grandfather Son Taita Inti. Thank you, thank you, thank you for always, always shining, representing that divine masculine energy. Thank you, thank you, thank you for dancing with the moon, with the earth. Thank you so much for your codes of light. We call upon the 7 rays of the light. May we feel the protection and the love and the guidance. Thank you, thank you, thank you for implanting in us that GPS to follow the light, to be the light, to embrace our darkness, to embrace also the sacred darkness, the sacred void, where everything is possible. We direct our inner view to our hearts. We can place our hand in our heart and in our hara, in our womb. And let's just feel that warmth. And we welcome ourselves. We welcome every step that we have taken. We welcome our ancestors in heaven and in earth. We welcome all that is dear in our hearts in this moment. We welcome our most important prayer. And we send this out into the world, to our countries, to our family, to our extended family. Feel your heartbeat pulsating. Feel the heartbeat of Mother Earth pulsating under your feet. That same heartbeat pulsating in the universe. Thank yourself for being present during this day. For sharing your love and for being open to receive. Thank you to Meenakshi for co-creating and inviting us. Welcome. That sacred voice of joy sounds like a mother reading her child. Everything is perfect. And everything that happens in ceremony is sacred. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to invite all of you collectively. Let's all do muted, because if not, it will sound chaotic. Let's all just breathe the spirits of the autumn, and the spring. Let's all greet them with the sound that comes to you, and let's say goodbye to the spirits of the winter, and let's say goodbye to the spirits of the summer, to all that we have lived during these past 3.5 months, all the teachings. Let's be grateful for all that we experienced, all the places that we visited, exterior and interior, the places that we visit inside of us, the new ideas, what was released. And let's just give thanks to all that we are. And let's welcome those spirits. Show them your love. Let's show them our love. I'll use the rattle. We're going to use our voice. And I want to close with sharing a video. It's a song that I found from some sisters in Poland, and it's a beautiful, beautiful song. And if it's okay, and Meenakshi allows it, I just want to share it. It's a few minutes to bring that frequency and that. Let me just share the music so that we can feel free even to move and welcome those spirits and welcome yourself to this place and space. And here it is. Let's just share with the sound, share sound, here it is. Just a few minutes. Feel free to dance and move your body.
Ty zoriuszka, zoriuszka wiecierniaja, oj luli, luli, zoriuszka wiecierniaja, zoriuszka wiecierniaja, słoneczka was gorzeje, oj luli, luli, słoneczka was gorzeje, wysoko słońce wschodzi, a daleka świetila, oj luli, luli, a daleka świetila, i na les, i na polie, na sinieje morje, oj luli, luli, i na sinieje morje. Tak na siniem ta morje, tam leża.
I think I was told it stopped, but I'll share the music here in our chat so you can listen to it later. It's a beautiful video, and to see that so many people celebrate this day around the world in so many different cultures. Thank you so much. The space is now open, and we will not journey alone. All the spirits are here to be with us so they can speak and teach us through us as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for that beautiful prayer, Maria.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to share one word from yesterday. And the word was, yesterday was a magical day. The day started with a prayer, and that made such a big difference. And it was really a magical day, and it was so loving. And I went to this farm, and I was telling this man, there's so much love. And he's like, pure love. And that's what we are. I said, it's pure love. And he will say, that's what we are. And I just really feel that today and yesterday. And let's just remember that that's what we are, pure love.
You know, Maria, thank you. You know, when we were first organizing this event, and Maria had another event, and she thought maybe she would not be able to be here. But I knew in my heart that something like this cannot start without Maria being here and opening and closing the space. One of the things which I have learned in a very simple way from Maria is why we close sacred space. So she will be doing that today. Maria, would you like to share a little bit about that?
Absolutely.
And everyone can see who you are, of course, on the
Absolutely.
screen.
And even if you're not here during the closing, which I really pray that you are, just close the space at home before when you leave ceremony. If you're planning not to come back at the end of the day, just send back the spirits, because if not, they're really here. Yes, and we invited them to join us and make this a healing space for us. So my teacher taught me to send them back with love, as if not, they stay here and then their energy just debilitates. So we just need to acknowledge them, thank them for the day, and until we meet again. What is very important is when we open sacred space is that they really come, and it makes you so humble and be in wonderment, because miracles happen, and you know you're co-creating this sacred space with them, because there's no way on earth that you can have access to information that comes through. And of course, you create a relationship with the spirits, with the guardian animals, You create a relationship with the elements. And so you start to learn their language, no? And it's really, really special. I remember the first time I opened Sacred Space, it was here in Miami, with a shaman that became my teacher. I was like, how come I never heard this before in my life, you know? It was like coming home, really coming home, those 7 directions, and welcome ourselves, you know, that last direction, which is also called Kasitua, which is the fire at the center of the circle. So we know that in the circle, nobody is above or below or ahead or behind us. We are all in the sacred circle, all at the same eye level, at the heart level. So very, very special.
Yes. Thank you, Maria. That's beautiful. You know, since we all are here and we have so much gratitude, which is anyway being expressed, I can see that. Maybe we can go into the glowing with gratitude. One of the ways which I think we all know, because everyone here is a master in their own ways, is that when the quickest way to move anything like grief or discontentment is, or even a feeling that something in my life doesn't go the way I want, is gratitude. And very often we feel gratitude for very wonderful, huge things. I'm grateful for my family. That's a huge thing to say. It's not a simple thing actually, but it's also a very general thing. And I feel that if we wake up in the morning, not with only the huge gratitudes, but with the simple, tiny little things which we are grateful for, we start realizing how many of our wishes, how many of our tiny little wishes, which we may not even have fully acknowledged to ourselves, are always being satisfied. This universe is really, we are not actually co-creating harmony. We are actually becoming aware that this is what we are doing. We are always in harmony. This world is always in a beautiful harmony, and we just have to wake up to that. And so for me, gratitude in my own personal life, I have seen, has really helped me to wake up to this, you know, to all my wishes being satisfied more than I even dreamed of. So let's just bring to mind, as we are going to do a gratitude exercise, which I think many of you who have been here have done. And we call this the gratitude lotus. Okay, so I'm just going to show that to you. And then we will do it together, because we know that when we do things in sync with one another, then the energies are focused even more strongly. So we are not doing this just only for ourselves, but for our friends, our family, and everyone who is in our hearts. Our hearts are so big that everyone and everything is there. So we start like this. We'll start remembering all the things we are grateful for, and then we'll open our fingers. And when everything is open like this, we will pause for a little while in front of our Angaangaq heart chakra, the high heart and the hriday and the dil, you know. And here then we will absorb the gifts of our gratitude. Because when we are grateful, it's not someone else who is receiving it. When I say I'm grateful to you, I am receiving the gift of that gratitude. I'm not giving you a gift. So we receive this gift. Many of us are not able to receive. We know how to give as a healer, as a mother, as somebody who may be working in different ways. We know how to serve, but we also have to serve the self. And the self in our own lives begins with this tiny little self who has a name. So we receive the gifts, then we'll radiate it. In this way, we are radiating it to the screen, to ourselves, to everyone who's here. Then we'll spread our arms wide and just bless the whole world, just like that. yes, you're right, Maria. Mother Earth likes to receive back, but we are Mother Earth. We are the Earth. Many years ago, when I received the message of the Gaia Minute, one of the things that I was told is, we are an aspect, yes, of the Earth. Yes, and the Earth is in us, as we learn when Bhupinder teaches us 6 key. In our organs, we have the Earth energy. We have the Earth energy in our stomach, so and our spleen and our pancreas. So when we are receiving everything, we are actually taking it very deeply into our organs. When we are receiving, we'll pause for a while because we'll receive it fully into all our organs. And so we'll start. Now, the way I'd like to start first is that when the left fingers open, we will think of something that was a challenge to us, but we see its gift. I'll give you an example. This morning, I realized that I happened to, I wake up early and I switched on the CoCreate Harmony Zoom, but it was supposed to start at 7:30, and it sent out an email saying it's going to start at 6:30 for Eastern time, and people were already here. And I said, oh my gosh, this is a glitch. And then I realized, but how grateful I am. Here I am. Here are the people who came early. So nothing was lost. Everything was beautiful. The people who came at that time, we did Qigong together and everything. So that kind of a challenge, when we are grateful for, is really wonderful. You know, so it's not only the good, so-called the good things, but as they say, good and bad are the same. There's nothing good or bad. Okay. So with our left finger, let's first think of something in our life, in our personal life, which has been a challenge to us recently or right now. Anything that is challenging to us. And we acknowledge, when we open the right finger, how this challenge has helped us, how this may have brought forth our own sense of our strength, of what we are able to do, what we are able to bring about in our lives, the people we may have brought into our lives to help us with that challenge, the people who are sending us healing. For we know that before a problem comes, its solution is already here. The answer actually comes before the question. So we'll pause for a while we remember a challenge, a personal challenge, and how it has helped us, and say, thank you. Thank you. And from our hearts, a gentle smile will form. And then we will open the left ring finger. And we will think of a challenge which may be related to our family, to people very close to us. Families are one, if we have a challenge with a family, it's very wonderful, because these are people with whom we are connected by DNA, we are connected by blood, we are connected by experience, by name, in so many ways, that whether or not we are with a family member, this connection will not end in this lifetime. Everyone who we consider family, even if we have broken up with them, even then we will define ourselves, we will define the relationship as a broken relationship. It will not leave. And what is the gift of this? That's what we discover. Maybe we discover new strengths. Maybe we discover new ways of talking, of speaking, of being. Maybe we even discover how to move away. just like planets, we are not just human. We are planetary beings. Planets don't have to touch one another to be connected. They connect to one another through the central sun, and we can do the same. If a family membership is very difficult for us, a relationship very difficult to take, maybe we just need space. And do you know what that space is? It needn't be physical space. It is the space of the heart. And the heart, the Angaangaq, the sacred chakra in the center of our energy field. This is huge. It is expansion. It is the unstruck sound. It has no barriers. It has no boundaries. When we talk of creating boundaries in human relationships, that is just a boundary of a physical meeting of our words, our speech, our meeting one another. Maybe we don't want to talk to some people, but in the heart, that connection is eternal. It never ends. And so with our ring fingers extended, we bless the family members who have come to us. We bless all our relations with whom we are related by blood, by DNA. Those, as Maria said, the ones who came before us, our ancestors, the ones who may come after us, all of them, we bless and we are grateful for the gifts that we are receiving, both from the ones that please us, that are so wonderful to meet, and from the ones, even from those who we had a wonderful relationship with, which then later got spoiled. Maybe we can take the gift of that wonderfulness and bring it into this challenge. Maybe that's what we meant when we were told that the answer comes before the solution. The good times are giving us the strength to handle the times which are difficult for us. And so we are, with our ring fingers extended, we are grateful. And that smile becomes even wider. The heart begins to smile. And when it's fully smiling, the middle finger opens. First the smile, and then the opening. And with our middle finger, we realize that all of the world, everything that we are, our personal lives, our body, our family lives, our minds, everything is interconnected. Our whole life can fruit fully, can flower fully, only when we are in this smile space, in this smile of mind harmony, of body harmony. Then flows out the life harmony. Our thumbs, as we have learned in Tri-Origin, are the creator spirit and the existence spirit that brings us all together. Our little fingers are the soul. They are always here. They don't have a function except of beauty, and that is the soul. The soul cannot speak. It can only express itself through our mind, through our body, through our life. Not only through the eyes of our physical being, but through the eyes of our soul. So as we are speaking now, let us all look at the camera, and from the camera of your own computers and phones, and let us allow this love, this gratitude, this glowing to just glow out, to just get out, to spread out, to radiate into the whole world. Just looking at one another is the greatest way to embrace, to hug, to love in such a intimate and yet non-personal way. It is the most beautiful way to look at one another. The most beautiful thing we can do for one another is to show our appreciation and our love of one another when we look at our eyes. when we look at our children, what will they remember of us? They will remember the unconditional love that we express to them through our eyes. So let us do this now to everyone who may be seeing this and who is not here with us. And now we will be quiet for a while and just breathe this in. Just breathe in the gifts that we have received now of our gratitude. Allow it to move into every organ. Let every organ feel the smile of this gratitude. Every gland, every relationship with ourselves and with others. Feel the whole earth breathing in gratitude, relaxing. And we thank this lotus mudra, which shows us that the lotus is not only the Sahasrara chakra above the crowns of our heads, but it is here in our hands. How easily we can bring this wholeness of us here with us. And now we radiate it out with our hands, which are our whole self. The hand is not just a hand. The hand is our whole self. Every organ in our body, every part of our body, every energy field, as we have learned from Bhupinder. Everything is in our hands. The whole universe is expressed here. So this is just the universe embracing itself, blessing itself, being grateful for being. And now we just and bring that energy. You know, this is also a Qigong movement. Just bring this. Just feel the Mother Earth embracing us. Feel Gaia. We are one with her. We are one as Gaia. And I noticed that I'm wearing on my hands the yin and the yang bracelets. And that's giving me a nice feeling of gratitude, bringing it back. Into the oneness. Thank you. I'm so grateful for the presence of you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm going to put the next person's bio on. Until then, if you want to share a little bit, we still have 4 minutes to go. Amrita, then it will be you. I'm just going to put your bio on.
I introduce you, Meenakshi, because we skipped your introduction.
That's okay.
I think it needs to be.
I'm the person in your heart.
Okay. Just
You
felt it
can
was-
if you want to.
I do. I really do. I felt it needs to be here. So the person in our heart, Meenakshi, I'm going to read what she shared with us. Meenakshi Suri is a messenger of 909, the Gaia Minute, and founder of CoCreator Circle, a Reiki master and Suyogi lecturer, therapist. She is blessed to belong to global communities, bringing in a new consciousness in our world. She authored Focus on Perspective, Timeless Tales for a New Era, And her website is MeenakshiSuri.com.
You. And since you've done that, I'm going to share one exciting news for me, because I had written this book, Focus and Perspective. And just yesterday, with the CoCreate Harmony vibes, I'm told that the audiobook is also available now. I found this beautiful person. I love her voice. I feel her voice is the soul, is the voice of my heart and soul. And so that's my gift. And now I would love to introduce Amrita Magdala. Amrita is going to share with us how forgiveness is a way of opening to compassion and freedom. Amrita serves as sacred sound and wisdom keeper, vision keeper, and leader within the movement of the voice of Gaia, sacred wisdom weaver for spiritual transformation. She provides spiritual guidance. I feel, just her presence and just her beingness is so wonderful. She is such a community leader. She manages groups for the understanding of universal principles and how to apply them into our everyday life for awakening and enlightenment. Her website is thevoiceofgaia.org. And what I would love to share, which she didn't, about herself, is that Amrita is a wonderful singer and poetess, and she has so many gifts. So Amrita, over to you.
Thank you, Meenakshi. Very grateful for this space. Truly deep gratitude for creating this. I know the effort it takes, the many hours that nobody sees. So my deep gratitude, because I feel we've got this between all of us together, and something is truly weaving, something beyond ourselves, and is weaving this around the world with many movements like this. We may not be talking to each other, but we are connected in that same sacred space that they were talking about, and it's all happening an amazing orchestration. It's just a miracle to see it happening. So it's truly a joy to be here in this time alive among all of you, to be creating and to be participating in these wonderful spaces and circles. Now remembering the rhythms of Gaia, our own rhythm, because as they were saying before, we are not separate. And I felt the importance in these times to talk about forgiveness. Even we've heard about this so much. Sometimes to listen to these things one more time, it helps us deepening in our insights and comprehensions. Is my sound okay, or I'm hearing some disturbance?
Yeah, I'll handle that. Sorry.
Oh, you hear me? Okay, beautiful. So, what I feel is that knowledge or wisdom, it comes in levels and layers of revelation. It's experiential, and we cannot hear or listen enough to the same things, because every time they come through a new vessel or through a new voice, a new level of awakening, a new degree of revelation may happen. So I'm going to talk one more time from my vessel, from my own understanding, a little bit about forgiveness and why it's so important at the moment. What I teach and what has opening for me a long time, I've only been meditating on 7 phrases. That was my journey. And many times I didn't even open to the 7 phrases, which was correspondent to the 7 laws of the universe. I only meditated on the first for a few years because I couldn't pass it. And I'm going to give this, I'm going to bring this into this space for whoever wants to receive it. So these 7 laws are the 7 principles or laws of the universe. And the first law states, all is mind. It took me a while to understand what this means and how it's related to forgiveness. But I wanted to really understand for many years, how is all mind? I didn't understand this. What do they mean by this, right? What do you mean? Okay, yes, we are thinking, but am I a mind? What is that? And from the Western perspective, I felt I'm a body too. I'm some emotions. I was so many things, but what did it mean? All is mind. I couldn't get it. But the only contemplation on all is mind, the star opening, an ongoing revealing lotus flower, that it hasn't stopped to the time being. And it started my own conversation with Gaia, with the universal mind, telling me how everything was mind. So the first thing that taught me is that I could not see that everything is mine if I didn't relate to everything from my own mind. So every time something happened, I was projecting it on the outside. I would get upset, thinking some wrong was done unto me. And then in that unfairness, I would spend a lot of energy, probably many of us can relate, trying to deal with this emotion and trying to deal with the situation that was generating such an expense, emotional, because someone had wronged me. So I needed to understand then, I kept repeating all is mine. So if it was all mine, then I thought I cannot deal with the other person's mind. So let's deal with my mind on this. So the first thing I did on forgiveness was, okay, I feel someone should come and ask me for forgiveness, to forgive them. But in fact, I asked myself, what do I have to see? What do I have to forgive about this situation? So when I turn around, because I first thought I can deal with my own mind, but not with the other one, if all is mine, I went to the second, as above, so below, as within, so without. If it's coming to me, I must have some responsibility on the thing that is happening. So instead of minding the other person's business or what they wanted to do with the situation, I asked myself, can I do something about this situation? At least, can I release my end of this knot? Because I felt truly there was a knot, and it was driving me so insane, and it was so painful. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't continue my regular life with these knots. So I felt I need to take my own responsibility on my end of the knot. In that first taking responsibility, something amazing happened, which was some peace of mind started happening. Because when I turn around the question, when I repeated, this person has wronged me in this way, and please, if you have a situation like this, I will ask you now to write what is this thing that you think the other person, in which way have they wronged you? But when I stop and looked at this person or this situation has wronged me in this way, I always found, if I ask that question, that I was also doing, not maybe with this person, but with some others, the same things, or in some other places. So it was beautiful to understand all was mine, all was in the universal mind, and the universal mind was only asking me an invitation to release something through someone that was coming and serving as that conduit to me, to release that was so bothering me. I understood then, if it's bothering me, it's because I have it. I do that too. Maybe not in that moment, but in other moments. So please, I ask everyone now to close your eyes. We're going to do this exercise together if we can. And we're going to write, we're going to think, if we can, we're going to feel a person who has wronged us. We're going to feel them. Maybe a person doesn't come to mind. Maybe it's a situation where we are feeling wronged in some way. Something is unfair. Something is happening in that situation at the moment. And we cannot understand, why is this happening? Why is this injustice happening to me? Maybe there's some unfairness. Maybe as something is bothering us, someone is bothering us. Please write, how do we feel with this? What is the feeling about it? In which way we feel we are wronged? I'm going to place an example so we can follow this. But lately, what I hear from many people around me is, you are not listening. Every time we are angry and we yell at the other one, you're not listening. In fact, what we are telling ourselves is that it's us that are not listening, because it's us yelling at the other one, you're not listening. So we need to stop. This is just an example. It could be many ways. If we hear this, if we feel someone doesn't listen to us, we need to stop and ask ourselves, in which way I'm not listening to myself? In which way I cannot listen to others? My heart accelerates and it gets too loud, and I want to stop as soon as the other one is speaking because I want to run away. And then those emotions rise up and I cannot longer listen. In which kind of situations? Maybe it's when people are getting aggressive. This is very normal. It's very hard to stay when someone gets loud or aggressive. If this is the case, for example, then I recognize this first. Wow, I have a problem with aggressiveness. In the sense, maybe I'm judging it very harshly. So it doesn't allow me to stay there when the other one is getting there. And I'm not seeing someone in trouble with an emotional overwhelming. The emotional body is in overload. And what is happening to them is they're just screaming. But it means that my emotional body is also in overload, because I cannot let those emotions just run through and pass through me. They are bumping against me and I want to run away. I cannot stay with it. So then it is me having a problem with aggressiveness. Then I recognize this is nothing wrong. I breathe it. We've all been here having a problem with aggressiveness. And then I do understand in which degree I do need aggressiveness. We need enough aggressiveness to wake up, for example, to go and take a shower, enough aggressiveness to say, poof, I'm going to go into this world and take the bus. And maybe before that, do that break and do the breakfast with a family that everyone's screaming and in a hurry and everyone demanding something when I just want to be in peace. And I need enough aggressiveness to, yes, I can do this, and I'm going to cook breakfast to everyone while I'm getting dressed to go to work. And I need enough aggressiveness to stand up once I go to my work and say, I'm going to do my work very well. And I'm going to bring my vision, my dream forward. Now we need to understand this aggressiveness. If it becomes too much, it goes into violence. And it's another of the laws. We are not going to go into all the laws, but this is another of the laws, that two opposites, they're just the same thing in different degree. So we may understand I have a problem with aggressiveness, then it's a problem because I may need certain amount of aggressiveness. But if I have too much, it will turn into violence, then maybe I don't need that. Then we stop being afraid of certain emotions. We just understand we need the right amount. And then when someone is yelling, we just see, oh, they've got too much of something. Then maybe compassion, seeing that we've been there too, can come in the way. One of the greatest gifts I've got from one of the world masters, universal masters, which is Jesus, Yeshua. Every time I've seen him in dreams, sacred dreams or meditations, he comes to me and he doesn't speak, but I hear his words in my heart. He just looks at me and I hear from him, I am you, you are me. He's not telling me the personal Jesus, he's me and me, you, Amrita. No. What he's saying to me, he's saying to every human being. He's saying there's no separation. The other one is you. The external is you. Everything that comes, everyone that comes into your life is you, and you are them. Meaning we are in a sacred relation. Meaning that nothing can come your way without a sacred task, without something, bringing you something sacred. Sometimes we attract negativity because we have hosted in ourselves. And if it would not come our way, we would not know we started to host something. So how we do adjust? We need that sacred mirror, that sacred reflection. So then when that comes, we can open to more compassion towards ourselves, saying, oops, maybe I got off a little. Maybe this is a message for me. How did I get off balance? Do I need more of that or do I need less? And sometimes it's just an opportunity. It's a challenge. So we can test where we are. And then that sacred messenger, which is always sacred, because he's carrying that important job to bring something that is uncomfortable. And he is really uncomfortable himself doing that, mirroring that. Then we can start looking at him in a different way. And then we go back to the first law, understanding all is mind, all is in our minds, all is in the way I look at something, and all is one. Meaning nothing can come to you if it was you didn't start it, hosting it first. If not, it will come through you and you will be able to help the other one. That's what the other thing that happens. It may come to you for help. So first, taking responsibility. If it's not bumping against you, if you're not in cholera, screaming at the other one and reacting, then it means there is a sacred asking for help. Can I help? Can I serve in any way in this situation? Then you've passed in, and you're now in another dimension or density that no longer bumps again. You start looking at the world from another perspective. You no longer react to it. That's what we are calling now. We are going into the fifth dimension. We're actually not moving spaces. We are moving ways to understand reality. That's the only thing that I mentioned. So we can't go anywhere. We're going to be here. That's why there's so many words. They're just here. There are as many as perspectives there are. So when we are saying we are moving into another dimension, means we as a sacred us, all of us are getting ready to look at reality in a different way, to open to forgiveness in a different way, not from a Christian, maybe, if we must say, perspective. Yes, we must be good to other ones, but we are more becoming a deeper divers, understanding the nature of reality. Then there's a deeper understanding. Why should I forgive the other one? Because you're going to be tied up with the other one until you do. And the other one is going to be tied to you. This is an invitation, of course, to all of you. And my invitation is to release the ones that you're not willing to release. All those who harm you, who wrong you. Because the worst thing we can do is to not release someone. Not to us, we are not releasing the whole because nothing's separate. So what we fail to do between two, we are also seeding that in the whole. It will need to go somewhere and it will come in the collective to be picked up by another one or by the whole. This is why it's so important that now in our collective awakening, we start as groups. If we belong to a group that hasn't forgetting some offense from another group, to heal this is so important. To first see my responsibility at the individual level, my peace with me, and then to move when I'm ready to that collective responsibility in that group, because it's the only way we're going to lift the whole. And humanity is going to come. If we want to better governments and better leaders, if we want that to show in the bigger, as above, so below, we need to become better persons first, better human beings. Because if we are not better human beings ourselves, and we deny ourselves, we are very starving to release some knots in our personal constellation, we are not helping these governments to become the way we are. The external cannot mirror what we are not holding at the individual level, because they are also a reflection of ourselves. Our governments will be more enlightened when we have achieved and acquired a greater community of beings working this way, a collective consciousness that is more enlightened. It is an impossibility that shows. We cannot push it, because as above, so below, as within, so without, all is one. And it all is in constant movement. It's not, it will never stop, it will never end. The only thing we can move, we cannot end. Even if we try to end the world, it will not end. Because the world, again, is not a place. We cannot end consciousness. The world is here because we are here manifesting it. In this sense, the world is also that mind reflecting us back this universe. But maybe that is another topic. I hope I'm not opening this too much. I would love to maybe ask some feedback from all of you. But I will weave to what we've been talking from Maria before, from Meenakshi, right? And I'm from Meenakshi, I'm going to, in this sense that I'm talking about forgiveness, I'm going to add from that, from what she said, that today, now, to receive is the greatest given we can give. to receive someone who has wronged us, to be willing to let go of that offense, to forgive, because forgiving, for me, it always has reminded me to give before you're given, to give even if they have not given you, to give forth before is the way to truly give today. Sometimes we want to give so much that we are not willing to receive the other one or listen. And I feel the greatest service we can do to the world now is to listen and to receive the other one in as many ways we can, and no matter how scary it is. If it's scary, it only is talking about something we haven't owned in ourselves yet, or we are afraid to touch. Then from Maria, and from also, what was his name? Uncle, please remind me his name. He's not going to be able to be with us today.
Uncle Angaangaq.
I cannot say this word yet. I will practice this name. Uncle
Angaangaq.
Angaangaq.
Oh, that's how it's written.
I was very looking forward to listen to him. But what we need to learn from this solstice is that nothing is only light and only dark. The beautiful thing that I see about Gaia is that while some people are going to the light, always some people are going to the dark. And if you're going in one part of the world in the dark, the other one's in the light, meaning, again, one of the laws of the universe, both are always happening. All the universe is dual. So we need to understand both sides of ourselves, and that they're not in war. It's our thoughts about them that are in war, our judging that is in war. So the darkness is only showing us something that we still haven't claimed, we still haven't understood, we still haven't brought home, we still are not clear about. It is not dark per se, it's just something we haven't seen through yet. And the collective darkness, it's all that we haven't achieved as a collective yet. So in these days, it's very important to understand this, that this is tremendous, amazing opportunity that we are given to live through this in these times, meaning that if it's shaking so much, we also have the most amazing opportunity and doorway to really ascend as a collective. And I'm going to dare to say, as we've never had before. And this is precious. To stand in all the uncomfortabilities and to understand what is my part in that and how can I help, how can I serve, solve that or own that and bring it home so I don't need to run away from it or bang against it. And how can I bring it home, and how can I serve? How can I bring a new perspective on this, an enlightened perspective on this? So I will maybe stop here unless I have more time. Please stop me because I can continue talking.
No, you have an hour, so another half an hour.
Okay. If there is any questions, it would be beautiful before I continue. So it's anything coming, it's any conversation we can open.
Well, I could ask a question.
Please.
Because one of the things when I had started one journey with Eli, who was Swami Shraddhananda, a sage from the Himalayas, and I had asked him, give me some advice, tell me something, that I need to do in my spiritual path. And he said, first he said, no, there's nothing. And then he said, forgive yourself. And I thought to myself, what do I have to, at that first, my first reaction was, well, what do I have to forgive? What did I do wrong? And then I realized, yes, all the time when I'm when I'm going around the day, if anything happens to anyone around me, even a stranger, I feel I could have prevented that and I blame myself. I feel so bad. Is there something that you want to share about that?
Wow, this is so beautiful and important question. This is amazing because it's part of, I found in my experience, it's part of maybe something, a perspective we all have carried or carry, and we want to release the whole thing immediately. So when we want to help all the other ones around us, right? Sometimes you can serve, but many times you won't be able to do that. And we should not feel guilty about this, meaning there is maybe this involves the Indian word karma, the Sanskrit word karma, meaning that we all have our own timings to understand something. And sometimes trying to release someone for something when it's before its time, it won't help them because they need that difficulty. They need that pressure to come to their own understanding, because God is coming and consciousness is coming through all of us, right? Call it consciousness. And that's how I understand the word God, consciousness. The universal mind is coming through all of us. The understanding, the embodiment of wisdom, of knowledge needs to come through all of us in the same degree. But we are not at the same degree of understanding at the same time. So being with the other one in compassion and not feeling guilty for not being able to help the other one, either because they don't want to share your sacred view, your sacred perspective, the sacred perspective that has helped you. Maybe they don't want to listen. Maybe it's not the time because the fruit is not ripened, or the moment, let's call the right timing is not ripened. Then you relax, acknowledging that life is got this, that the divine is got that through that person, through that friend, and you leave it in their own sacred hands, in the hands of their divinity through them, in the hands of the divinity of the whole, if you prefer, and you trust it will reach when it is time. If we, even nowadays, we are talking about healing in ways that it makes me wonder, what are we going to generate? Because our technology is catching up maybe too fast for our consciousness. But it's never too fast because I have understanding that everything is perfect too. But we're going to have to go through a learning curve. That's also what I'm seeing. And that if we take things or heal things before it's time, that's another law of the universe. That will need to come back in a greater degree. We are not helping because that person is ready for that pressure. It needs to have that pressure in order to understand something. And then maybe you don't feel guilty. You can't release that feeling bad, because that healing, that understanding in the other person didn't happen, or that sickness is still there. It has a purpose, and you trust that purpose. So trusting that all the way, but serving in any way you can, gives you that peace of mind. At least it has given me always that peace of mind. I do what I can, and if it wants to be taken, then it's the time is ripened. The time is ripened for both of us to meet. If it's not taken, it's not for me to do anything, but to hold that friend in a sacred space, wish them well, and trust if anything wanted to come from me, that was something had to come from me, it's there as a seed, and it will sprout in the future, and it may not have to come through me. And then I just hold them in sacred prayer. That's what I do. And that's what has always worked. I don't know if this answers that question. Hopefully it does.
Yes, of course, it does. Thank you so much, Amrita.
Yes, that's my view. Probably there's many more views here. That's the beauty. I would love to open conversation with all the wise people here and all knowledgeable people
Well,
here.
there are things in the chat.
Are they?
The last thing that Maria wrote, that is a mother duty with our children, another duty. We want to really stop them from suffering. For me, it has been a journey to understand this and be in right relationship as a mother, to not interfere, but yes, keep the prayer and the trust.
Yes. Your children need to know you're there. This was a very sacred teaching from my father. And I feel it's one of the greatest gifts I've ever been given. And as a child, my father sat in front of me once and he said, you're going to have to go through some things in this life and I won't be able to prevent them. And you may find yourself in some very dark situations. I sure have. And you're my daughter, so you may have too. Sorry, he said that. Sorry if I have any part in that, he was saying. And but I want you to know one thing, and it's that you can call me at any time with anything. And he spoke of the most horrendous things that in that time I could speak. I don't care if you've killed someone. I don't care if you've, I don't know. He spoke all the horrendous things that if you do drugs, if you get into sexual troubles, if you start not feeling with yourself in any way, anything that you do, anything that happens, no matter what, please call me at any time, at any moment. I will never refuse you, and we will see it through. And that I can do. I can see and offer everything I can offer to you. That gave me a lot of courage, because we were in some situations years later with some friends. And a couple of times what saved the situation is that I was the only one able to call my dad at 4 o'clock in the morning in a suburban area where we were maybe with some not so happy boys, and the situation was getting out of hand. And I was the only one able to, the other ones were afraid. I won't call my dad because then they will challenge us. What are we doing in the first situation in this here? Why did we say yes to come here? But then I remind myself, oh my God, I can call my dad. I know nothing will happen. And he never reprimanded me. But what made me understand is that he was there and he was always listening, never telling me off or anything or getting angry. So I could learn from my own mistakes and I could have his aid and help. So I would tell the mothers, maybe do this. It's not that he condoned that. I didn't get that from my dad. So I don't want this to get it in the wrong way. He didn't condone it. He acknowledged that he could not help that. And he wished he could, but he could not. And the best he had to offer is, please call me. I will promise I will not reprimand you, but I will make you meditate on yourself and what you have done, which was the only way we always approached when we were coming back home. What have you learned? That was his question coming back home, right? And it only happened a couple of times, but it made me mature early. And also acknowledging that I was not a worse person because I had wrong. I was just mistaken. this is another aspect of forgiveness, right? Of that compassion, that to forgive is really not even necessary, because the only thing at the end that you understand is that there's nothing to forgive. There's only a greater comprehension to acquire, to achieve, a greater understanding, greater clarity. If someone is doing something, it's because they don't have better clarity. So we just need to acknowledge we've been there too. I love to speak about one of these phrases from the Bible too, when Yeshua said, "He who is free from fault, throw the first stone." Meaning that all saints have a past, and all sinners have a future. Meaning we've all wronged, and we've all been wronged. So we are not safe from maybe wronging someone. We cannot say, I will never go wrong anymore. We don't know, because in order for that, we will have to achieve God consciousness. We are always continually ongoing growing, and this is in my sense, it never stops. There's always a greater consciousness while there is an experience, as long as we are embodied having an experience. So as long as this happens, there is space to grow, meaning there is space to wrong something or someone. And in knowing that, there is a lot of humbleness and humility coming. And in knowing that, how can we not walk with our compassionate hearts, knowing that the other one is in the same shoes? It's not different from them. Then we can release them from that. And we can release in that we forgive ourselves. We release ourselves continuously, not wanting to continue something that harms others, but to grow in understanding so we don't harm ourselves or the other one. I can only think of the most recent misunderstandings of things that happen that are always really heavy in the heart, right? But there's always a sacred gift here. And when I look back at the latest ones, it's beautiful. They're always golden doors of opportunity. So I would invite everyone to look at these situations from that space. Opportunities to grow, to bring more clarity. Oh, maybe I should not have said that. Or maybe that person was not ready to hear that. I should know better. What I'm opening now, it's more and more an understanding is that maybe, and it's a little joke because I've been talking a lot, right? But maybe talking less is the answer and listening more is the answer. That silence has many, many gifts. And in those situations, even more. So may we all learn to make silence in the midst of chaos or difficult situations. It always comes back later with a greater perspective or an eagle view of the situation if we just wait and we don't speak out of turn. And that is the most difficult job. It is the greatest job we can do, to remain present in the most difficult situations without speaking it. If you're going to speak with anger, stop yourself. Nothing good is going to come out of it. If you're going to speak with anger, meaning you don't have the whole view of the situation. So it is wisest, if you're going to react with any kind of emotion that is not love and compassion, that you wait, because you're not in the right view. It will never bring something good. And yes, it takes a warrior of light, a deep warrior, a true seeker of truth, to remain present with and silent in the midst of something difficult. So maybe I leave it here. The acceptance. May this forgiveness and understanding be generational, as the father-child perhaps is the most difficult situation many times. The most difficult mirrors are there. We are closer to our family members and they can never go away. They will always be our family members. Huh? So a greater acceptance, greater distance, like someone said before. Sometimes that distance is silence until you're ready is necessary. Maybe I sing something.
Yeah, that would be great.
Do I have time?
Yes, because just to say, I was thinking, Amrita, that different people listen to a conversation about forgiveness. I was listening to something on the radio the other day, and that lady was saying that we are always being told to let go and to release, but it's not possible. So I realized, yes, it depends on each of our own consciousness, where we are in the forgiveness spectrum, you know, because it is a spiral. It's not a one-time thing. It's not a brain thing. It is a heart thing. It is a gut thing. Because if we feel injured, because forgiveness happens when we felt injured, and that injury comes into so many aspects of us, not just our understanding, but also our gut, that until it's removed from everywhere, it's or at least healed, it's not truly fully forgiving. So I felt that, yes, in this co-creative harmony, your song is going to help those vibes to go out, which will help everyone regardless of what their consciousness level is. Maybe Alison wants to say something while you're preparing yourself.
The Buddha says, the right vision, right speech, right action.
We won't have any time. 1 o'clock is the next session.
Okay.
Oh, 1 minute. Yeah, let me just mute. Can you please mute your mic so that, 1 minute. Let me see who was unmuted.
How long do we have, Meenakshi?
We have 15 minutes.
So,
unless someone wants to share before you sing, or will you be singing for 15 minutes?
Oh, no. I'm not going to be singing for 15 minutes. I'll sing maybe for 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Okay. So, maybe someone would like to share something about their own journey, or not at length, but yes, we have like 10 minutes for people to maybe share. Maybe one thing we could do is think about how we felt just before this session and how we are feeling now about our own forgiveness. Like you said, Amrita, it's a journey. It's not a one-time thing. It keeps coming up. And since I'm still talking, it looks like I just want to share, because you talked about harm. Do you feel as if somebody has harmed you? That's why you have to forgive them. And sometimes people say, but that person didn't ask for forgiveness. That person is continuing the same thing. How can I forgive? And what I realized is that somebody who has hurt you or injured you, especially if you're a child and you don't have that much of understanding, you would like them to feel sorry, but their saying sorry will not help the pain to go away. It is, as you said, an internal journey. Forgiveness is not from someone outside. The person who injured you, like you said, has himself or herself not the understanding or the wisdom or the consciousness not to inflict pain. And maybe, as we have learned, maybe that person is really there to help us to find our own strength. And once we understand that, again, as you said, there's really nothing to forgive. We just have to release our own sense of ill doing or bad. But again, I won't say that has to be done immediately. It has to be something that a person feels through their own experience. I would actually love it if nobody wants to share anything, if you would sing, and then maybe people can write in the chat how they feel.
Let me, yeah, there's nothing coming. Let me read the definition of forgiveness of the dictionary. Forgiveness, it's to remit a debt, to be willing to release feelings of resentment or vengeance toward a person or a group who has harmed you, whether they actually deserve it or not. I don't think there's anything else to say. Maybe what we need to ask ourselves is if we are ready to step up, to meet forgiveness. What I would say is forgiveness is always there for everyone, but not everyone is there for forgiveness yet. And this is what we're doing here. When you're ready to release yourself from judgment, judging something as wrong, it's maybe what is creating that separation. When we are willing to release that judgment on something as right or wrong, or as good as bad, something happens. Because we don't see that as something bad. Nothing can harm you. No one can wrong you if you open to that. In that sense, you see everything as a wonderful opportunities to serve love and to serve truth. When this happens, it's an incredible alchemy. I will try everyone to really try and to experience this, because we have plenty of opportunities in our lives. Every day they show. So don't trust me. Try to see what happens when you do this. So in letting go of our idea of forgiveness and open another view on it, the experience changes. And then all of a sudden, the thing that someone that bothered you so much and that we're not willing to release something, they release it. Because we need to understand, they are there for you to understand something. There is a sacred path in all our relations, and much more those ones that don't want to release. In Buddhism, they call them Castaneda, also call them, the pinche tiranos. A pinche tirano is someone who's not going to release because it has a sacred duty to reflect that until you release it in yourself. So let's go back to take responsibility. In which way, the question is, am I creating this? If it keeps coming to me repeatedly, this is a pattern. And I need to stop making my business the other one's business. If it's coming to my door and it's knocking repetitive times, it's my business. So don't look at the other one's nose, look at your own nose and just do your part. Once you open to this, an amazing alchemy happens. I'm just sending an invitation to try for a week, see what happens. Instead of rejecting, instead of feeling the victim of something, try to say, wow, how am I creating this? What is the message here and here? Dig it, look for it. There is gold there. Underneath the coal, There's always gold. Underneath the lead or the heaviness, there's always gold. That's the true work of an alchemist. From the mud, there's always the lotus. We have so many versions of this in so many sacred traditions. The mud is not bad. It's allowing the lotus to grow. But mud is not the other one's mud, it's your mud. You cannot grow the lotus if you keep saying it's not my mud, it's the other one's mud. Make sure to understand how is your mud. And of course, there's workshops around it. I even hold study groups around this. This is deep because our consciousness is so fixed. It is many times so hard to lift yourself to one perspective, huh? To open to a new way to work, a new reality, a new perspective. I want to sing a song from, where is it here? I've sung this before, maybe, but she kept coming to me a lot, and also rescuing beauty from Christianism and our legacy from in the right view. There's an incredible legacy in what Joshua brought, what Jesus. And I love to bring the right view into the scriptures. Because the only thing that happened when Joshua was bringing the forgiveness and asking us to forgive is that he was telling us we need to step up to the right view. Forgiveness can only happen when we are stepping up to the right view. And what we need to forgive now is that we've been carrying the ideas and the teachings, many of the teachings from Catholic, in the wrong view. So I like to do this now as a part of my alchemy for the collective. I'm bringing a song from Santa Teresa, a poem, and I placed it into a song. Nada te turbe, let nothing trouble you. Nada te espante, let nothing scare you. Nada te turbe, nada te espante. Todo se pasa, all passes. Dios no se muda. God doesn't change. Let nothing trouble you. Let nothing frighten you. All is passing. God never passes. God never changes. La paciencia todo lo alcanza. Patience reaches everything. Quien a Dios tiene, le falta aún. Solo Dios basta. Patience reaches everything. He who has God, he has everything. He who knows the divine, he knows everything. He has everything. He who has the right vision has everything. Nada te turbe, nada te espante, todo se pasa, Dios no se muda, la paciencia todo lo alcanza. Quien a Dios tiene, nada le falta aún, solo Dios basta. Nada te turbe, nada te espante, todo se pasa, Dios no se muda, la paciencia todo lo alcanza, quien a Dios tiene, nada le falta. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Amrita. This was beautiful, very beautiful.
Thank you so much. Deep gratitude. It's been great to have all your shining faces. I don't know if I would have been able to do that without that.
Thank you so much, Amrita. It was wonderful. Very beautiful messages. Thank you so much.
I just want to share that if people who are on the chat, just a little bit of a break from the next session, those who don't have their name in their profile, if you can message it to me directly, I can change it for you, because it gives a nice feeling if we know who is in the chat. So if it shows iPhone or iPad, please change that. Also, well, from Amrita's session, how are you feeling right now? Can you please put in the chat, everyone? What are you feeling? What is your takeaway? It would be wonderful to have everyone, because this is a participatory session. It's a co-creative one. Please, everyone, write. Yes, beautiful. Feeling inspired, at ease, love. Still singing. Calmness, beautiful. Yes, forgiveness is the best takeaway. I'm going to just, do you have a last word, Amrita?
It's so wonderful to be here. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. I'm here waiting for the rest of you. I'll be in and out. And
can everyone just be on video? It's so nice if everybody shows their faces, just for tiny little bit. It'll be nice. I'm just going to put up the next audio. Andreina is going to introduce. Andreina, do you have it? But I'm trying to put it.
Yes, I also have it. So it's with a great pleasure that I introduce our next presenter, Tanis Perez. He's a well-being coach, motivational speaker, meditation guide, Suyok therapist, Reiki practitioner, and I want to add he's an amazing human being and an amazing professional. It's with pleasure that I give you the space, Tanis. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreina. Appreciate your very kind and beautiful words. Can you guys hear me okay? Fantastic. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. It is really wonderful to be here. See so many familiar faces and friends, which I haven't seen in a while, and as well as some new ones. So my heart is filled with joy. For our time together, I would like to invite you to shift your focus inward. We spend all this time focused on the exterior and the outer space, but I invite you just for this moment, just for this session, to focus inward. If you haven't already done so, I'm going to invite you to turn off your cell phones, unless you're streaming yourself from it, and other devices that may distract you. And I'm also going to remind you to please put yourselves on mute. And because I want you to go inward as well, feel free to turn off your camera as well. The intent is to really go deep and go inside. And whenever it is comfortable for you, I'm also going to invite you, if you may, to close your eyes. But before you do that, I want to show you an image. If I'm able to share my screen. Having some technical difficulties sharing the image. And that's okay. It's all perfect. Like I said, if it's comfortable, I'm now going to invite you to gently close your eyes. And please keep your eyes closed during this session, and I will let you know when to open them. Let's enjoy. What if I told you that this morning I bring with me a key? A key to help you unlock a door. A door that can lead you into a path of harmony, of pure, true harmony. And what if I told you that you also carry this key already with you? And perhaps you may have simply forgotten that it has always been there at your fingertips. We are so blessed, so blessed, so blessed to live in this amazing time on planet Earth, Madre Tierra. Many of us made a brave choice, the decision to show up in this time, this very magical time. A time of true transformation and of significant shifts. A time of birthing and rebirthing. A truly magical time. All of us here today and everywhere came to do some incredible work, some incredible things. You know, I see this group and every day, all of us have so many gifts, so many talents to share love, our light, our truth, our individual and collective truth. And we do these incredible things for ourselves, those around us, our loved ones, our families, our peers, our communities, and the planet as a whole. All beings, sentient beings and unsentient beings. Yet what is curious is that from the moment we arrived until this present moment, many of us at different occasions in our journey, in our path, have focused on wanting to do more things, on achieving this, achieving that, getting this degree, getting this certificate, getting more clients, getting more patients, getting more students. And regardless of the professional path that we have chosen for ourselves, or that life has chosen for us, you know, some more traditional than others. You could be a doctor, you could be a nurse, an attorney, an executive. Some could be healers, coaches, guides, therapists, yoga teachers. You know, regardless of the path that we've taken, for a long period of time, many of us have focused, again, on doing more and more. And this is okay. It's okay because many of us have simply been led to believe that this is the only way, or the right way. Whether it came from our parents, our teachers, or simply society in general. We've just been led down that path. And many of us today live in societies, locations, and cultures that really reward this behavior, that applaud and really celebrate our achievements, you know, this ability to do more and to multitask. And again, this is okay. Yet it is okay up to the point that we realize that by remaining focused on activity or an excess of activity in the outer world, at some point we get thrown off balance. Could even lead to a state of dis-ease and ultimately out of harmony. So what if I told you that this key that I bring to you today and that you already possess is actually the opposite? It is totally the opposite of what I've just shared with you. This key unlocks our ability to do less. As a matter of fact, to do nothing, yet to achieve more. Oh, so much more. The true key, the true way into harmony, lies in our ability to be. to truly surrender, to be in a complete state of nothingness. To allow ourselves to reconnect to that space of nothingness, which sometimes is known as the void. The void. And this term of the void is interpreted and described in so many ways today, depending on your truth, depending on your experience of life. For example, the scientists in the room, if there are any, call the void dark matter. Yes, dark matter. Oh, the universe. The universe is made up of 70, 80, 97% of dark matter. Some of these scientists even believe that that's where the Big Bang originated. Other trains of thought say the void is a space of silence, of pure darkness. Today, I want to suggest something else. Another thought around the void. What if the void, yes, it's a place of origin, and yes, it's a place of nothingness, but what if the void is simply a place of unbounded, unconditional love, of pure white light, pure white light. A place where infinite possibilities are available to us. A place considered as the genesis of all. A place of wholeness. A place of oneness. Beyond space, beyond time, beyond causality, and certainly beyond duality. And even beyond thought. Yet a space that allows us to connect to a pure, raw, infinite pool of creativity, a well of miracles that allows us to generate new thoughts and ideas, new intentions for ourselves and those around us, new manifestations, a new way of being, of showing up, our true essence. In that place, the void lies at our core. It doesn't lie outside of us. It's not in the exterior. It's not in outer space and far beyond galaxies. It truly lies within us. In the beauty and the silence of our hearts. In the silence of our hearts. And what if I told you again that the key to access this void, again, is by doing nothing? Simply going inside to the silence of our hearts. But enough talking. I now want to invite you to join me on a brief journey to the void. A journey together back into this unbounded love, infinite pure white light. pure, unconditional love. If you haven't already done so, keep your eyes closed or gently close your eyes. Let's all take a very slow, deep inhale. And as you inhale, you fill your lungs, your body with white light. And as you exhale, you release what no longer serves you. And you allow for space to open up. Let's take another deep breath in through the nose. And let's exhale with a sigh through the mouth. One more time. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. Now just be. Om Sham Shane Sharaya Namaha. 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 Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sense the space around you. Notice the space around the outer layer of your skin. Notice the temperature in the room. Feel your hair on your head. Feel your face. Notice how your back, chest, and abdomen feel. Notice your legs, your feet, and the soles of your feet. Just notice. And bring your attention to the inside of your body. Feel the space inside your body. Notice any sensations and feelings. around your muscles, your organs. Just notice. And now we go deeper. Feel your blood circulating throughout your body. Feel your heart pumping. Notice the heartbeat. Just notice. And we go deeper. As you go deeper and deeper, you notice a sparkle of pure white light surrounded by nothingness, by darkness. You notice this very bright dot with your mind's eye at the level of your third eye. A very tiny dot of white light. Very small, yet very bright and powerful, like a laser beam. And you notice how this white light, this white dot, is now at the center of your heart. Just notice it there. And with each breath, inhale and exhale, the white light gets stronger and stronger. It may expand, it may contract. Just let it be. It may shine out, it may shine inward. Just notice. Notice any movement in the light. Perhaps you see other shapes, other colors. Just notice, without judgment or expectation. Let us remain for some time in the presence of this light. I'll keep track of the time. Keeping your eyes closed. Gently begin to come back to your body. Your physical body. Gently move your arms, your legs. And whenever it's comfortable for you, you may open your eyes. Namaste. Thank you. Feel free to remain in this space for as long as you need. No need to talk unless you want to ask a question. Thank you all for your divine presence today. Thank you, Meenakshi, for this beautiful space. And for everyone that's co-creating this harmony for all of us and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tanis. You're right that sometimes we just want to stay in the silence, but sometimes we also want to share something. So it would be great if anyone wants to share anything. Either in the chat or in speaking. Bhupinder has written, thank you, Tanis, so much for your beautiful divine guidance. Yes, it is divine to enter the void. I've always found when, Tanis, whenever you guide a meditation, that it gets into such a deep space. Whether you're speaking or you're silent, you create that space in which we can safely enter, you know? Because sometimes we don't know how to be silent only because we feel it's not, by safe, I don't mean someone will harm us, but that maybe there's something we need to do and we can't do it if we are not talking. So I'm filling up that space now. Yes, Melissa has written, peaceful, grounded presence you have, Tanis. Yes, that's true. It is. It would be nice if people came on video, and if you have anything to share in between sessions. Diana is saying, thank you, Tanis. Enjoyed the silence and energy profoundly. Very deep. And yes, if everyone would like to stay silent for a little while longer, we can continue to do that. What we're going to do next is going to be a co-creating of intent. And this is actually a very good space from which to sense our soul intent. So we'll stay in silence for a while and just let your soul speak to you. Then we will share. we are having a slight change in plans now, because we were going to have Uncle Angaangaq from Greenland to speak about darkness and light. And he had a family emergency, and so he's not able to make it. And I felt that we're going to have, we just did the void. We were in that silence. We listened to the music that comes out of the void. And in a little while, we're going to do a few movements, because that's one of the things which we've been doing since the morning. We've been sitting, we've been listening, we've been traveling internally, but a bit of movement is very nice. So if you can be on video, it'll be nice. I'm going to just guide a little bit of movement that we can do with our fingers, with our hands, if everyone is ready, because this, as we have learned, our entire body is in our hands. This is the head, the thumb is reflected, reflects the hand, and the fingers reflect the limbs. And this is from Sujok therapy, Sujok meaning hand and foot in the Korean language. And it has come from Professor Park Jae-woo. So when we do this, it's going to move our whole body. So let's move, just slight twists, left and right, help us to get the upper part of the neck moving. It helps to move not only the physicality of the upper part of the neck, but also all the organs which are there, especially if we can twist all the way around. So what do we have over here? We have tonsils. I think we have the voice box, whatever we have there. Everything starts to get the energy, the movement, including all the meridians, the chakra, everything. Because though we have the 7 major chakras, we have chakras all over our body. So we have many, many energy fields. This is the lower part of the neck, so the thyroid. Just massaging. You know, when you're massaging this, it's actually helping the thyroid gland. In fact, if when you're massaging, if you massage very hard and you feel a little bit of a pain, then this will mean that there's something that needed to be looked at the thyroid gland. So a bit of twist, and now we come. If you have your left hand out, then we do the index finger, and the index finger represents the left arm. The joint that is closest to the palm, that is the shoulder. And it's quite often that people can have a shoulder issue, some sort of not being able to move, and just doing this helps us to move. The beauty of this is that even if people can't move the actual shoulder, by doing this, we can get the flexibility and the healing that we need. Of course, in Sujok therapy, there are many other things that we can do with color, with magnets, and with natural seeds that the earth has given us to apply if we have a shoulder issue. The next is the left elbow. So when we're twisting, very gently, just at the skin level, does not have to pain. And then we're massaging all around. We're helping the elbow joint. The one closest to the nail, this joint represents the wrist. So we're doing now the left wrist. And now the middle finger of the left hand, the joint closest to the palm is the hip. So let's just make our hips flexible, bring healing energy, bring warmth. The next is the left knee. So often, because knees take so much of our own burdens, very often they also represent old and buried problems. You know, when Amrita was speaking about forgiveness and of letting go, very often, and of not expressing anger. The important thing in this also, as she was saying, that we have to release it. We don't have to let it stay in our body, because if we let things stay in our body, if we don't forgive, and if we don't release, then it stays in the physical body. All the ailments which we cannot handle at emotional and energetic levels then come to rest on the body. And all our aches and pains are showing us, because the physical body is just a manifestation of the metaphysical. So now with this, the middle finger joint, which is closest to the nail, we reach the legs, ankle. So this is the ankle. You know, I've seen this working so beautifully, because whatever is on the hand is also on the foot, the same points. We had someone in the office once whose ankle had just been sprained. And my teacher, he went and he just took up her toe and he did this and that. Okay, somebody needs to not let us hear their household noises. Okay, so he just did that twist, and she said, "I can't believe it. The pain is gone." And I'm saying, "Really?" And she really couldn't believe it. And then she went home, and then 2 weeks later, she wrote to me again. She said, "Meenakshi, it really went away. It didn't come back." So this is really the gift we were talking when we were doing gratitude. This is the way that the universe, the creator spirit has made us, to make it simple to heal ourselves, not complicated. I don't know, Amrita, maybe you can share. Do you think that if we can take the pains out from our body, it is easier to then do the releasing and the letting go and the forgiveness?
Yeah, it works both ways always. So if you don't know how to start from one end, the beauty is that you can start at this end, and it will ease up the emotional, because all is a oneness, is connected, huh?
Exactly.
All the bodies are
That's
connected.
Yes, that's the beauty. So I know my teacher is back, Bhupinder, and she's going to lead us into movement, but we'll end this first. So with the ring finger, the joint which is closest to the palms, now we are going to the right hip. And if you actually have a hip ailment, then you press it very hard. You see if there's anywhere, if a point hurts when you press it. Yeah, okay, Kisitua. Yes, have breakfast. Then we can apply seeds. Please refer to any of us, because part of this session, Co-Create Harmony, also was to introduce you to all the therapists and the healers. The Uber therapist and healer and lecturer here is Bhupinder Kaur. We also have the others who are very beautiful. Carlos Aguilar, who teaches in Spanish, who shares and heals and guides so many people for Sujok therapy. We have Andreina Pradas, Tanis, Maria, Melissa. I can't see everybody, but there are many Sujok therapists, and we can come. You can come to our clinic, so we can guide you online. And it's important. It's important to let things go away from the body. So hip, knee, and ankle of the right foot, right leg. And now we come to the last one. That is the right arm. The shoulders, giving lots of love, smiles, forgiveness, let go any problem you have. I forgive you, shoulder, you forgive me, please, for letting, for keeping emotions there. And in triorigin theory, which we've all learned from Bhupinder, we really learn what emotion you have in every joint. Our bodies are so miraculous. So I'm going to hand us over to Bhupinder now. I think your mic is still muted.
Okay. So can you make me host so that I can music?
Yes. There. Okay, it's taking me a little bit of time, but I'll quickly reach you. We're in for a real treat. And while we're waiting, I just want us all in our hearts to send a healing light to Uncle Angaangaq's family, because he requested that. Since he cannot be with us right now, but he's in our hearts. And filling the void, Tanis, that nature seems to abhor vacuums and voids. So, and letting that hetero energy out from the void. That's why I thought that after we've done the silence, what comes out of the void, is the movement. And so I requested Bhupinder if she could guide us into the movements, which also are from Tri-Origin theory. We can start moving.
Can you hear the music? Music?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we will just move our body and we will experience the rhythm which is going on in each cell. So we don't need to activate because it is already there. We just need to experience. As Meenakshi has very well expressed that, hand is similar to human body and we have all body parts on the hand. And then the emotional part, that is very amazing as part of Tri-Origin journey. So our hand joints are also representing the emotions. So before we start our flow, I want to tell you that the joints on the finger have a very deep connection with our emotion. Actually, each body part is well connected with our emotion. Shoulder joint, elbow joint, wrist joint. Yes, so when we transfer our body parts on our fingers and hand, here are emotions. We can just see quickly and then we will do our twist movements. Yes, so this joint, index finger, this joint has connection with the fear joint. Yes, agony joint, and we will do all our twist movements after knowing all these emotions on the joint. Anxiety is here, and in middle finger, this top joint has hatred. Middle joint is well connected with sadness. Now, when I say well connected, it means this joint can smilize our sadness. It will not suppress or sedate, but it will neutralize our sadness. Same with all emotions. Jealousy. Oh, this jealousy is not bad. This jealousy is also good as part of universal drama. Because of this jealousy, we do efforts, we work hard. Only thing is, it should stay in neutral position. Ring finger, topmost joint, has connection with the anger. middle joint, resentment. This joint, ring finger, lower joint, disdain. And little finger, top joint, satisfaction. Middle joint, enjoyment. And this joint is representing arrogance. Now, what are the most common emotions? That is fear, agony, sadness, anger. So, fear, this is also part. When we see the body part, this is the wrist correspondence area. So, this joint, your wrist as part of your big arm. So, this joint is very well connected with the fear and satisfaction. It means if we experience fear, we can just stimulate or we can do spiral twist movements, and immediately we can see that our fear is neutralized. Yes. So final thing is that when we move rhythmically and we focus all joints in our twist dance, we can harmonize all our emotions. So let's do it. We can stand. We can stand. And you can just flow as if you are a wave. Just flow with this awareness that all these emotions are waiting for you to receive your love, to receive your kindness, to receive your smile. Your arms, your legs, your neck, your diaphragm. Your diaphragm has solar chakra. It has very beautiful connection with metaphysical world. If we are activating our metaphysical world, it is very good that we move our diaphragm. Diaphragm, shoulder. You can close your eyes. You just flow naturally. Shoulder twist. Just do it naturally with your closed eyes. Shoulder. With grace, with rhythm. As if we are fish, dolphin, fish, elbow, wrist, hip joint, knee joint, ankle joint, neck joint. As if you are swimming, or you can feel, you can sense your mother's womb. In that warm liquid, floating gently. It is a great moment. We can activate neutral smile energy. We are not worrying about steps. We are just floating in that warm liquid. That warm liquid has great healing power. If we can sense that moment can release great healing energy. Just one moment, 1 minute is good enough. With gentle, soft movement. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Neck. After external movements, let's go to our inner world. Wow. All cells inside our body are moving. Brain cells, respiratory system cells, heart cell, intestine cells. Just allow them to move gracefully behind this beautiful stillness and silence. Graceful movements of our heart. Just become sensitive. Just become sensitive to your inner movements. Become aware of that sensation. In this awareness, we can merge with the universal dance. You can stand, you can sit. We are inside. Not external movements, but internal movements. Entire universe is moving. Creator's dance is there everywhere, in every moment, in present moment. Creator's dance is very active. This whole universe is moving, including time particles, space particles, atoms, stars, galaxies, air, water, solar system, all 5 elements, living creatures, all in movement process. This is the life force, Creator's movement, Creator's dance. Bacteria is moving, animal world is moving, plant world we cannot see externally, but internally, plant cell, it is moving, fungus, and finally, human being, the grandest creation of the Creator, has ability to move gracefully. Finest movements, body movement, mind movement, soul movement, life movement. In all these 4 territories, human being can show the most upgraded and graceful movements. We have grand opportunity to merge with Creator's dance. If we can merge with his dance, with the movement of galaxies, with the movement of water, with the movement of all existence, miracles starts happening. Inside the body, blood is moving day and night. All organs are expanding and contracting in a rhythm. This is wonderful Creator's dance. Awareness of these beautiful natural movements is a great step towards heavenly consciousness. If we have knee pain, just focus inside the knee. The movement, oh, it has this harmonized movement. Let's give spiral and smile movement to this knee area. Migrate. We need internal brain movement, intentional smile movement inside the brain. Uterus, internal movement also we can experience without moving our external body parts. That is the grand perfection. Journey from body, from physical world to metaphysical world. External, beautiful, neutral, rhythmic body movements can push us towards inner movement. External movement, internal movement like yang and yin. We need both. But how we can enter these internal movement world? With rhythmic, external, beautiful movement. Very naturally, you will go inside. Your internal movements will pull you naturally. Finger movement, not external movement. Just feel internal movement. You can sit, close your eyes or open your eyes. Idea is to move internally with awareness. All cells are sparkling, moving. Already, they are in action. We are just becoming aware of these internal movement. Where is the disease? Heart, lung, Activate the divine march past of heart cells. Keep your hand on the heart and feel how heart is moving. Your little bit attention to heart can shower infinite love. Just little attention to the movement of heart. Stomach is sick. Digestive issue, digestion problem, gas, acidity means internal movements of stomach are disharmonized because of our physical and mental actions and reactions in this universal drama. Keep your hand in stomach area. In this stillness, in samadhi state, when your external body movement stops, internal movements get opportunity to dance. Keeping hand on stomach is an intention to create rhythmic movement. Stomach cells are moving. Allow them to move naturally. Don't interrupt in its dance. Bladder or prostate gland or uterus, it needs beautiful dance. Keep your hand in your bladder area without moving externally. In samadhi state, feel these beautiful internal movements. Smile wave, rhythmic wave, some tickling, dancing, like a child. The most beautiful body meditation from external to internal. This Buddha picture, Buddha, very calm, peaceful. Buddha is enjoying dance of the universe inside his body. Millions and billions of cells, trillions of cells. Atom world, infinite atom, all moving. Mountain also has atom. Atoms are moving. Can we experience the stillness of that mountain? Can we become mountain in this moment? Externally, silence, no movement, like a mountain, but inside, all atoms are moving. Awareness of this movement can lead to body samadhi. Where is the disease? Take your awareness to that part of body and feel the dance inside. Stillness, but with movement. When we go deep inside, when we are aligned with our internal movement, our external movements become very subtle, soft, or no movement. This is the expression of divine dance inside body. It is a soul state. Where we can feel trillions of stars sparkling with bright light. Each corner of body is enlightened. Inside head, as if nothing, just light. This light has become just one. All stars united, and now creating a wave. Simple light. As if our body has become a dome, just a cover, but inside is just light. When our internal movements are harmonized, we achieve this kind of status where body becomes light, peaceful, and the light spreads in all parts of our body. We become like a sun, one big sun. Finally, all these atoms of body have come from metaphysical world. Physical world has roots in metaphysical world. And when we allow this light to spread with our intention, we can expand this light. Now this light is crossing all the borders of our body and coming out. We have gone beyond atom world, physical world. The most beautiful gift we have as a human being is our capacity, is our ability to feel the presence of divine. Among all living beings, animal world, plant world, microorganism, all these are part of living beings. Human beings are the most grandest creation of the Creator. We have all ability to experience, to expand, to nourish, to touch His consciousness, Creator's consciousness. Mother Earth consciousness, all five element consciousness, metaphysical consciousness, physical consciousness, only human being. We are so blessed that we have beautiful opportunity to participate in this divine dance. We can expand our divine consciousness. Only in human body we have this opportunity. Then why we should waste the time? Peace, calmness. What is the real definition of peace? Peace, love, smile in all dark situation, bright situation, awareness of this divine presence. Once our awareness is expanded, the light of our inner peace can dissolve the darkness. And also, we can understand this beautiful drama or universal drama. This suffering is not the truth. if we have any suffering situation in our life, just become aware of this light and send this light to that life situation, family situation, personal life situation, social life situation. Where is the problem? Where is the suffering? Once the light particle touches the situation, you will see the situation will be smilized. We are composed of soul, mind, body, and life particles. If we can smilize any one particle, entire chain is smilized. Some people can open smile in mind world. Some people can open smile in body world quickly, with movements, with dancing. Some people via soul can activate this peace, love, and smile. You can choose any network. Just one particle is smilized. Our four components of life, soul, mind, body, life, all are smilized. We are blessed that we have ability to understand this cosmic dance. We as human beings have ability to live with a clear and direct awareness of divine presence within our being. So, with these satsangs, we are sharpening our awareness and increasing our divine capacity we have inside. We already have it. We are just now exploring, opening like a lotus, expanding this capacity. Once this capacity is expanded, we get the topmost view of Creator's consciousness. And with that highest level of consciousness, we can understand our role as an actor and actress on this universal stage. All good and bad happening in our life, we can understand with smile. We can understand very deeply that good is good and bad is equally good. From highest view, from highest level of consciousness, we understand Creator's dance in all our life situations, in all kinds of diseases, we understand. And we also understand that in which field we have to harmonize our dance. Just flow and see the miracle. Beautiful spiral movements from external to internal. Once we understand this dance, we can see this beauty, we can see this harmony in each particle of this universe. Beautiful rose, shells, plants, flowers, all have beautiful spiral shapes. They are dancing rhythmically, dancing. We can feel its fragrance. Rose, beautiful fragrance, beautiful shape of petals, beautiful colors. Because in Samadhi state, rose is in Samadhi state. Externally, no movements, but internally, rhythmic movement. And that's how we radiate our fragrance once we are aligned with our internal movements. We radiate beauty, perfection, fragrance, like a rose, like a lotus. Thank you so much for this space. Thank you so much for your soulful presence. Thank you so much to Meenakshi for creating this beautiful space, giving us opportunity to merge with his dance. Collectively, we are co-creating. We are enhancing our inner capacity, our divine capacity. We already have it. We are just experiencing the fragrance of this beautiful divine capacity. We can do wonders. We can do miracles when we become aware of this divine presence. Then in all difficult situations, we are smiling. Behind sadness, sadness looks very beautiful then. We respect sadness. We respect our anger. We respect our all types of emotions, because behind all emotions, we know Creator's presence. We are not alone. We are not alone. This awareness is enough. This awareness is enough. Thank you so much. let's stay for a few moments in Samadhi state with our internal movement like a mountain. Buddha state. With the awareness of beautiful, graceful internal movements. La la la, la la. And now, in this stillness, let's activate internal sounds. What are internal sounds? You know, when we talk about sounds, external sound means when we hear physical sounds. For example, this is physical sound. Yes, so it's not just physical sound, but also there are metaphysical sounds. Physical sounds, tung tung, knock knock, these are physical. Now, what are metaphysical sounds? Metaphysical sounds have two parts, mind sound and soul sound. For example, mind sound, something, a painful situation happened in our past, or we can say past years, some family drama, personal life drama, some fighting, some conflict. So that situation took place 2 years back, for example. In that time, talking, arguing, and, fighting, sounds, all disharmonized sounds were active in that moment. Okay, so that was also sound, but at present moment, when we think about that situation, we can still hear those sounds. Oh, my friend is saying, my mother, father is saying this thing again. Physically no sound, but still we can hear those sounds in our head. Physical situation is not there. That family situation is not there in present moment, but we are hearing that sound here in our head again and again, again and again. And we can cry again and again, listening those sounds. So these sounds are also part of metaphysical sound because practical existence is not there. My mother is not there. My friend is not there. Yes, that situation is not there. That fighting, that conflict is not there. But in present moment, when I'm sitting under the roof, in pleasant environment, I have everything, peaceful situation. But those life situation sounds, still I can hear in my head. This is called mind sound, metaphysical sound. And these sounds can create tears in our eyes even in present moment, can bring anger in present moment. That situation is not there, but still I am getting angry because I have that story in my head. I'm activated. My emotions are activated. My tears are flowing. My anger is activated. My jealousy, my hatred, my resentment, my all negative emotions have gone and touched the P because of these metaphysical sound ringing inside our head. These metaphysical sounds can create so much of pain in our life, even that situation is not there. Then we should understand that this is the moment. This at least we can control, we can harmonize. This is in our hand. When we are talking about movements, sound is also part of movement. We can see pictures moving inside our head. It's not just external movement, now internal movement, another dimension. So all these pictures, all these stories moving inside our head. Another way also, something good happened in our life, some beautiful love scenario, beautiful experience with friends, with beautiful people. And when we remember that situation, smile comes. Even that situation is not present in our in present moment, still we can smile because we can hear loving voice of my friend, loving voice of my husband, my beloved, my neighbors, any beautiful scenario, any beautiful, past situation, smiling situation. And that can bring immediate smile on our face when we think about that sound. Beautiful song, which you have heard in the past. And if you become aware of that song, you can hear that song inside your head. We have to understand the difference between physical sounds and metaphysical sound. Previously, we understood movements, physical movement and internal movement. So here is physical sound and metaphysical sound. Now, these metaphysical sounds, of course, metaphysical sounds have two patterns. One is soul sound and second is mind sound. So these emotional sounds are part of mind world. Soul sound is different. So these sounds, we have to analyze if these sounds are creating disharmony in our present life. It is very important to neutralize as soon as possible. How we can do it? Yes, we have to push ourselves. We have to activate ourselves because we have divine capacity. If we use our capacity, this capacity will, glow more and more. It will expand. So to replace these painful sound, we have to create beautiful smiling sound in present moment. It can be a beautiful song. Sing again and again and again. Listen again and again and again. Try to listen. Beautiful lectures or beautiful voices of your friends, some beautiful things, beautiful audios to replace this sound. We cannot dissolve that painful sound, but we can increase beautiful sounds inside our head so that anytime painful sound comes, we can activate. Once we have experienced beautiful smiling situations, rising sun, for example, some singing voice of your beloved or friend, we can activate that sound to replace that painful sound. And this is how we can harmonize our sounds. We can neutralize our sound. And one beautiful way to harmonize this sound is chanting universal mantras. Tanis, chanted beautiful Om. Om. Yes. So this Om is a beautiful mantra, universal mantra, and this Om actually is also representing creation sound and functional sound of this universe. So when we divide this Om into 4 parts, we get 4 important or 4 universal sounds. That is A, O, E. So these 4 sounds are universal sounds. Why? Because in all countries, we are using these sounds. In India, in US, in Germany, no language situation. These are baby sounds. Newly born baby, he does not know English, Hindi, Spanish. He does not know. He is just doing wah, oh, He's just doing like this. These sounds does not belong to religion. First sound, before speaking any language, baby started speaking these sounds. So these are the sounds A, O, E. It means in all languages, we are using these sounds, universal sound. If it is universal sound, then these sounds can create universal harmony. Then these sounds can create beautiful energy. Then these sounds can create, when collectively we chant, these sounds can create miracle. These sounds can harmonize our painful sounds in our head, because it has the power of creation. It has creative power, divine power. He created that one small point, we can say divine, God, beautiful high level of metaphysical power. That one point has created this big, huge universe. And in this universe, sound also has great role. Without sound, we cannot experience the creation. Soul sound, metaphysical sound, closed mouth, relaxed lips, no expression, no movements, without creating any movement. First sound of the universe. When Creator had intention to create this beautiful universe, with this sound, he opened his window. Big bang happened. Expansion. Just like a pregnant lady, when baby is inside the abdomen womb, big zero. This is how universe came into existence. Such a beautiful example. Mother's womb, baby delivery, such a beautiful example. Creator is showing us that how he has created this beautiful universe how he created beautiful sound. Big zero, belly growing, 9 months of pregnancy. We cannot see baby. Baby is inside, hiding inside. Big zero, closed, mouth is closed. And suddenly one day, after 9 months, mother has pain and mother cries. Pain. Pain is symbol of beautiful creation. It is a very big message. See, from this point, from this womb, baby will come out. Creation will take place with expansion. Mother is crying. It looks like crying, but it is a sound. So here is the message. After pain, great creation takes place if we become aware. Mother is aware that this pain is giving birth, is creating beautiful, is creating baby. Mother is aware. That is why this pain is very small for her. This, in fact, no pain at all. Mother is very happy with this pain. And when baby comes out, she forgets her pain. Here is the message of the Creator. If we have suffering situation in our life, or we have big pain in our life, means big thing is about to come in your life. This is message from this universe. Only thing is we have to become aware like a mother. Mother knows that creation is happening. Creation will come, baby will come. Same way, we have to become aware. After delivery of a baby, baby comes out, and then shrinking of abdomen, After that, mother hears this crying of baby, smile. She smiles. Fundamental sound of this universe, So if we chant rhythmically again, movements with rhythm, chanting with rhythm, graceful chanting, rhythmic chanting can heal our mental sound, can harmonize our mental sound, painful sound. Let's chant now. I will play this music and we will chant together. Just a moment. Okay. Okay, just a moment. Do you have this music? You can see in the chat box. I will try to display that chorus. You stay with this music. I will just find the slide. Okay, we can just close our eyes. We can just produce humming sound. This humming sound is soul sound, very powerful sound, neuto sound. And now metaphysical ah sound, ah, or we can say la la la. Mind sound. With wave, you can add your movement also. This la or ah sound belongs to metaphysical world, mind particle world. Harmonizing mind particle. And now we will produce O sound, physical world sound, to harmonize our body particle, physical particle. As if you're kissing your baby with smile, O shape. You can add this mudra also. He created physical world with this O sound. Creator has used this sound to create physical world. A sound, life sound. We want to send smile to all sectors of our life, personal life, family life, social life, because so many dramas happened in our personal life, family life. So many sounds are disharmonized in these territories. We will send a sound. One more time, soul sound with closed eyes, feeling the internal movements. vibration sound, movement, all combination, dance, sound, and here is the music. Celebration, finally, move your body with joy. Can you hear this music? Celebration of our smiling mind, celebration of our smiling body, celebration of our smiling life, personal life, family life. Our consciousness is going up and can see from top view all pains but smiling. Move. You can close your eyes, you can open your eyes, you can stand, you can sit. Celebration sound. Celebrating this beauty. Celebrating today's event. Celebrating our divine capacity. Sound and body movements, physical and metaphysical, harmonized. Harmony, physical, metaphysical, external, internal. Express your beauty like a lotus. Express your happiness. Express your joy. Express your neutral sadness. Express all your emotions. Neutral anger, neutral joy, neutral smile, neutral body, neutral mind. Don't forget to move your hips. La, la, la. Hip also is smiling. Legs. And now, all together, internal and external movement. We are with the awareness of internal movement, and also we are aware of our external movements. Beautiful merging, combination. Ankle movement, head to toe, diaphragm movement, belly movement, belly dance, la la la, la la la, thigh movement, like a snake. Yes, beautiful. Wow. La, 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 la. Feel your hair movement. Hair also has particle moving already. Even we don't move, but it is moving. Eyebrow movement. Nose movement. Atoms are here, are moving. Just become aware of these beautiful baby subtle soft movement. Ear movement, teeth movement, lip movement, bones, your skeleton system movement. External and internal, all beautifully moving. great movement to merge with galaxy's movement, with divine movement, with creator's movement. I love. La, 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 la. Sound movement, body movement, mind movement, soul movement. And finally, creator. Once your body is harmonized, once our mind, body all smiling, then creator will show his magnificence, beautiful movement through your body. Now we are expressing creator's beautiful dance. Sticking inside. And any part, if it is not smiling, like stomach or heart or lungs, we tickle this. Tickle. Wow, great beauty. Wow, you are so elegant. Wow, so beautiful. La la la. The spirit of this dance, awareness of this dance. If we keep in all types of life situations, then our suffering consciousness will dissolve. We are not fighting with the situation. We are ascending, just ascending. Just ascending. Marinate your mind with smile. Mind smile. Body smile. Soul smile. External sound, internal sound. Even physical sound is not there. This music is not there. But the sound which we have created in present moment in this space, vibration of the sound will continue. We can hear without our ears sense, without our physical sense organ. This sound will continue. Creator sound. We can hear now from all point of view, externally. dance with awareness of divine presence, divine dance. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presence, for your beauty, for your sharing, for your participation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Meenakshi. Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much. This is out of this world. And since we had not yet introduced you, but like somebody said, you don't need an introduction, but yes, I should introduce you also. So what is written here is just a tiny little part of what Bhupinder is. You have really helped us to not just be march, but actually experience peace, smile, and love. And not just today, but always. I think just thinking of your name makes us feel that way, because you embody and you manifest everything that you speak. I've seen you, I'm very privileged that I've seen you so many times in so many different ways. So I know that it's not when you're in front of a camera or when you're presenting, but this is the way you live your life. I've seen you in so many situations which could have, where people around you would cry or would be in distress, and you just take it the way, even like today, which may seem like a little thing or a big thing to us. But when we didn't have the previous presenter and I just asked you, and you're such a busy person, you do so many classes, and I said, do you mind, will you share? And you did, you just come and this really shows how you are. You're always present, you're in the moment, you're able to do so many things. And even when you're looking for something and you don't find it, you know what to bring in its place, You really are so inspirational. But yes, no wonder you're internationally renowned. You are beloved, that I had to put in because you would not say that of yourself. You are a healer by just your presence, by just your words, by just being you. And you're a therapist par excellence. I always tell people that if you want all levels of being, you have to attend everything that Bhupinder does. She can come down to the nitty-gritty of telling you exactly which millimeter in your body represents the heart, and she can take you out into the universe within moments. It doesn't take a long time. And there are not many people who can do that. And so, yes, you have awakened thousands to even understanding and knowing that there's an origin smile, because you were with Professor, I know, and he's always there with you. And you are so generous. That that website that I've shared, and also her, you'll see her YouTube channel there. There are so many websites that she has, so many YouTube videos of everything that she teaches. She just shares everything generously. And if we want certifications from her, then there are those classes also. So I hope you have all shared, taken those who don't know her or didn't know her before today, because yeah, she's wonderful to meet. And now we're going to go.
You're very humble and kind. I don't deserve all these things, but anyway, I'm very thankful to you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very grateful to you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You are what I said. Now we're going to introduce another very beautiful friend that I've recently made. And I've already started hearing such lovely things about her from other friends that I introduced her to. And this is Kathrin Schmack, who's coming from Germany. And she has written so little about herself, but I think it's because when she starts speaking, we're going to see everything that she really is and does and can share. I know that her session is going to be at the top of the hour, so we can slightly wait, or because I don't want people to miss it. And we have about 10 or 15 minutes in which we can just do a little bit of sharing. We have another person with us today, and I'm so blessed that you joined us, Kesitua. And if you would like to share something with us before we go to Kathrin's session, we have about 15 minutes. And Kesitua, as when Maria had shared, she had spoken about how it is, it's the warm fire at the center of the circle. I have learned so much from you. More than anything else, one very simple word, which was don't play the ain't it awful game. Don't say ain't it awful. And the second thing that I learned was how to really reach and to travel in the sacred etheric space. You have really helped so many of us to experience that. So on to you, Kesitua.
Hey, hey, and good morning, wherever you might be. First thing I want to say is how much I've enjoyed watching the different paths. I've come to believe that the only true path is the one you're on. And if you want to try and follow somebody else's path, that's okay. But ultimately, nobody's on the same path. I don't care who you follow or who you choose. Your path is your path. And I think the only question about that is if you want to change your mind about the path you're on, because there are always issues about, are you happy? Are you angry? Are you upset? Are you satisfied? We have all these wonderful questions, but you're on the path you're on to get those kinds of answers. So you don't have to go look somewhere outside yourself for the answers to your questions. I think for me, what's come be prominent in the last few years, and I'm kind of thankful for COVID for this, it sort of slowed everything down. And one, I realized how content I am. Sometimes I use serenity, sometimes I talk about peace of mind, but issues come up and the first thing that comes to my mind is, do I want to surrender my serenity for that? Whatever that is. And more the answer to that question is no. And I think for me, it's a good place to be. I'm at that stage of the circle late in life, and to be content, to not have a to-do list, to not have a bucket list, to not need to make amends because I've made them. Life is good. And I hope everybody can. But the one thing that keeps coming up that I hear over and over again is we have these wonderful experiences of deep depth, soul experiences. And it seems to me, wonderful as they are, there's simply a signpost that says, why aren't you like this all the time? I heard somebody say once, if you don't know how to meditate in Times Square, that's New York City, on New Year's Eve, you don't know how to meditate. I heard early this morning talks about the things in our head, and trust me, I understand those things in your head from the past experiences. I was a pretty violent man in my youth. And how do you move past that? I don't think I don't think smiling gets rid of it. The trouble is something that they say in AA. Never forget when you bury your emotions, you bury them alive. Somehow you have to accept them and integrate them and see them for what they are. And for me, the biggest part of that was overcoming dualism. I had to come to realize that nothing is dualistic except in here. It's only in here that I can perceive things as good, bad, wonderful, terrible, male and female. And when you realize that duality is not true, and we hear in, at least back from the hippie days of the 60s, we're all one, but we don't act like it. And we don't experience it very often. And that's a shame because we are all one. Somebody's fighting with us, we're just fighting with ourselves. If somebody's insulting us, we're just insulting ourselves. We have dreamt up to help us waken up to what we really are, which is not physical beings, but enormously incredible, powerful souls who couldn't be damaged. I love the Christian notion of hell. I love it because it tells you right off the bat that no matter what evil might be doing to you in the fires of hell, it can't destroy you. It can't change you. You're immutably you as a perfect being. And Seth said something wonderful once. He said, he was asked, what about hell? And he said, well, if you believe in hell, you'll go to hell. But most people get out of hell very quickly because they realize they're doing it to themselves. Here in this dimension or reality or dream, whatever you want to call it, we're slower to learn that. We keep thinking other people are doing it to us. Other events are doing to us. There are conspiracy theories. There are people out to get us. We need to protect ourselves. I can just run off these numbers that we all were brought up with and taught, and they're all false. If you want to protect yourself, I guarantee you will create a situation in which you need protection. I guarantee it. Every medicine person and witch I have ever dealt with has talked about protection and provided a life experience where near death was only saved by their protection. I've given up on protection a long time ago. And the funny thing is, people don't come at me with axes and hammers and saws and insults anymore. They just don't, because I don't feel the need to be protected, so I don't need to have people attacking me for any reason. I think it's all love, every bit of it. I think the people that we perceive as not so good in one fashion or another. I was telling somebody the other day, when I was about 5, I was walking down the street with my mother, and a man crossed the street in the middle of the block. Now, I was in kindergarten. I knew you had to use the crosswalks. That was safe. And I asked my mother why that man went down the middle of the street, crossed the street. And she said, Billy Joe, everybody has a purpose in life, everybody. And some people's purpose is to be a bad example. And I understood that at the time about as well as my cat understands sit. But it's been over 80 years since then, and I still remember it. And the wisdom of it has been slow to come. Another poke in that direction was in conversations with God. And I've lost it. Interesting. Oh, it was about watching a movie. God said to Neil Donald Walsh, when you're watching a movie of the Holocaust, it is hard to remember that the role of Hitler is being played by Gandhi. You can't learn forgiveness unless there's somebody willing to do something to you that requires forgiveness. Everybody who gets under our skin, upsets us, disturbs us, they're our teachers. They're telling us, hey, this is something you haven't resolved, you don't understand. And I've come to really appreciate my teachers, but I must admit, as I get older, I'm running into fewer and fewer of them. Right now, they seem to be 2 cats and a dog. You know, they have their own life, and they're dependent on us to provide what they need. And they try and tell us what that is. And maybe some of you saw the cat came up here and wanted some food, you know, and she's very clear, reached out, bumps my head. You know, I know what she wants. She wants some food and she wants a treat. But they're content. And I'm content to be bothered because that's love too. And I think that's the bigger question for most people. I see a lot of people who are on a wonderful path, a path they believe in love, they believe in good things, but they keep getting upset about stuff. And I want to tell you, all that upset is just another expression of love to help you out somehow. You know? And as you begin to see that, you won't get upset anymore. I remember in a 12-step wisdom, it was said, you must remember that what you think of me is none of my business. Do you realize what a freeing statement that is? If I don't have to be responsible for what you think of me, I only have to be responsible for how I behave, how I talk to you, how I treat you. That's all. How you react to that, you're on a path too, and it's your path. And ultimately, you can't escape the great mystery. No matter what your path is, no matter how you live, you've got free will, and that free will ultimately will return you to the great mystery. There is no escape. That's the hope, and that's the trouble, right? So I offer you an easy awakening because there's nothing wrong with you. You just haven't got it yet. You're really nothing wrong with you. You're perfect just the way you are. And there's no such thing as more perfect or more better. And if you're still seeking, well, seek. That's okay. You can't go wrong. And I would extend that to if you really need to kill him, kill him. And I think unless you need more time, I've pretty well said my piece.
Thank you. That's beautiful. Perfectly timed, Kesitua. Thank you so much.
Hi. Glad to do it. But I still had to pay. Your code didn't work.
I sent everyone all kinds of things. Well, I'll return your money to you. So I'm going to introduce now Kathrin. Where are you, Kathrin? Let me also spotlight you. Sarai, can you spotlight Kathrin? She's a feng shui master, an interior architect, but also interior and exterior from what I've heard. And that's her website. She has a beautiful Instagram. I love your Instagram feed. And I'm really looking forward to what you're going to share with us today. I'm very intrigued by the white bird who showed the way. On to you, Kathrin.
Thank you, Meenakshi. So thank you at first for inviting me to this incredible event today. To be honest, it is the first time I take a part in such an event, and I'm a little bit excited, but I'm also very blessed to be surrounded by so many beautiful souls, and it's a wonderful energy I feel here to be with you all. And I'm so blessed to talk about what I'm doing in my profession, which is called spirit planning. So let's, and the white bird will appear soon, Meenakshi. When I started to work as an interior architect, I wanted, what I wanted was deep from my heart, I wanted to make people happy. And I wanted to design rooms where people can be living fulfilled, can live in harmony. This is the idea that I had since the first day when I was sitting in university and studying interior architecture. And today, what I today do is something that I didn't learn in university. I create peace and harmony in the home of the living. I create personal temples for my clients so they can grow into their true self, and so they can be supported by heaven and earth, by this cosmic trinity. This is what I do today. But when okay, let's talk a little bit about before I tell you what changes me into a spirit planner from a classical architect. I want to tell you when my decision arises to study this architecture. That was when I was a young girl, and it started with a dream, a real dream. I was dreaming of sitting at a sandy beach, beautiful beach, and I was building a sand castle like every child does. And let me share a picture with you to show you what this sand castle looks like. Can you see my picture? Can you see my picture? No?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is how my sand castle was looking like. I was building a straight wall on the sand parallel to the beach. And then in my dream, all of a sudden, people came to look my beautiful sand wall of sand. And they gathered on both sides of this wall, and suddenly my mood changed into what can I do now? If I go on the one side of this wall, I will be separated from the people who are standing on the other side. And I was a little bit confused and didn't know what to do, and then this first magic happened, because the white bird came. It was flying over the ocean to me, and I changed the picture to show you my beautiful white bird. This is my beautiful white bird. This is a picture that I took 2 years ago when I was standing at the beach, and I thought, this is my white bird. And this white bird came flying, seeing me standing confused at this beautiful beach. And what did this bird do? This bird changed my wall into something like this. I hope you can see my wall right now. This is, he curved my wall into a semicircle. And now what happens was, all the people that were divided from this wall was at the moment standing at the inside of my beautiful sand wall. So I knew where to go. And that was for me so incredibly that I woke up in the morning and I felt like, okay, when I design material in a special way, I can bring people together. That was the message. And I thought, okay, I have to shape environment. That's what I wanted to do. And that's why I decided to become an architect. And this white bird that came and, did that shape, got into an energy of my body. And every time now I design spaces and houses for people, I feel this energy, and it's like heaven holds my pen. This is how I can describe this. And this white bird, there was a time when this white bird left me. That's when I started to work as an architect after my study. I was confronted with this reality of design, and today I know that this design I had to work on was very related to shaping material, only shaping matter, and I knew that I couldn't really. I was not happy. I was not fulfilled in my job. I was like, yeah, my work burned me out, to be honest. And I wanted to change into something else. I wanted to do something with nature. And that was what I was manifesting to the universe. I wanted to do something with nature. And so I was really sad. I was really, out of energy. And I wanted to go into the beautiful flower shop, which was next to my house, and ask for a job. And at that moment, the page turned again, because one of my clients told me about feng shui. I didn't hear this word before. I didn't hear about that. And it was like a divine providence for me that some weeks later, it's 20 years ago now, we had already Googled. So I Googled, sorry, I have to open the door. I will be back soon. Okay, so I Googled that, and yeah, 2 weeks later, there was a worldwide conference in Cologne where I just signed in. And I found me there in that large hotel with more than 1,000 or 2,000 people, so many people in one large room. And I was standing next to Grandmaster Yap Cheng Hai. That was the first moment we met. All of a sudden, he was standing next to me and showed me his classical feng shui compass, his Lo Pan. And this conference was called Save Our Children's Future. So this is, you know, I asked myself, how can I change my children's future by a technique that has to do with room? And when I was in that conference, I had like it was like opening a huge door for me, a huge door into a new dimension, because I get aware of that the things that surround you are in an interaction between your life, you and your life. So you cannot escape that interaction. It's an interaction on both sides, but it's something you cannot dissolve only when you move out or when you change something. And that's, you know, that's also something, this manifesting, doing something with nature. When I was sitting in that conference 20 years ago, I figured out that all what they are talking about in classical feng shui, it's all about nature. Every formula, everything they talk about is about the observation of nature. So I wanted to do something with nature, and that's what I did. That was the kind of manifestation, and this is the power of desire, because it always brings you into the unknown, you know. So you don't have any idea what happens, but it was the answer of my manifestation of that, what I wanted, to work with nature. And that's what I do today. Everything I do has to do with nature. All these formula are interpretations and observings of nature. And I want to introduce Yap Cheng Hai, and I did my studies with him for 3 or 4 years then, after that first encounter. Yap Cheng Hai was, because he already passed away, he was a really a wonderful feng shui grandmaster. He was a lineage holder, and his specific thought was that if you have to decide between the timely aspects that are shown by the skies and the moving of the planets, or you have to decide for what is going on Earth, grounded, magnetism and gravitation. So he always says, okay, let's give the Earth the first part of it. So this was what I really loved about, because, you know, the place, so the direction north, for example, is always north. The sky and the stars, they change, but the direction is constant, a constant thing. So that was what I was loving very much about this feng shui master, and that's why I decided to study with him. And then I started to work and to integrate this in my projects very quickly, right after the first 4 weeks of studying. And I started to integrate West and East. So the Eastern idea of Feng Shui is based on a Taoistic wisdom, which is 6,000 years old, and which is talking about space, about chi, about energy. And the Western thinking is, it's talking about material. So what we learned in university was to become a good designer, to shape good designs and work with material. So bringing East and West together is harmonizing our business, and so we create space and we create this sculpture of material, of matter. So if we do both, we balance it, and then we have two wings and we can fly. And another thing is you bring the endless possibilities into the game, because the space is endless. It has the endless possibilities of your life, of the things that you can achieve in life. Whereas the matter, the material, the planning of walls is the planning of limitations. So when we integrate that, we open a huge door for our clients to walk into unknown fields of energy, to improve their lives, to totally change their lives into something they couldn't even imagine before. So this is what I see in my work, and this is why I love my work so much, that I don't need a holiday from. And I'm not burned out at all. Even if I have so much work, I'm really very fulfilled with that. I want to talk a little bit about Tao, about this Taoistic wisdom, because I think it's very important in a way that, that this is also another balance of harmonizing, because you have, on the one hand, you have your intuition when you go into a room and you design something for a client or a family. You have your intuition, you feel how the energy in the room, you feel, is it balanced, is it not balanced? Okay, this is one wing. But the other wing is this 6,000-year-old wisdom, which is developed into clear and very precious formulas, which are based on the laws of nature. So you have, on the one hand, your intuition, and on the other hand, you look at your formulas to prove if your intuition is right. And this is again something that flies, because you have both wings. And this for me, as a, I was a woman who was, I came from a family who were a very mind grounded and very, realistic, and everything has to be proven and all these things. So that time I needed to prove, okay, these formulas, can that be true? Can that be really true? So I tried to figure out the origin of these formulas. Don't know why, but I wanted to know whether is this really something I can rely on in my work. And yeah, and I figured it out, and I want to show you. Another picture of my work. Do you see that? Do you see anything?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, I try again. Okay. No, seems not to work.
Is it already open in your computer?
Maybe I have to check this. Let me try once more. Yeah. Can you see this now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is, I call it the holy path. Because when you start below, you see the Tai Chi, which is the interaction of yin and yang, which comes from the nothingness into life. And the Taoist masters, they say that any appearance on earth has only this one meaning: to explain the chi, to explain how the character of the energy is. And this is why I wanted to know, how do we explain it, and with what do we explain it? So this is the Tai Chi, the interaction of yin and yang, and it turns to the trigrams and to the hexagrams in the end, and it turns to the 10,000 things. So this is the path of how everything has its origin. Everything and the 5 elements have their origin in that DNA. Everything has its origin in that DNA. And when you go a little bit more up, then you see on the left hand the yin, the broken line, which is yin, and on the right side you see the yang, the straight line. And when you then combine these 2 lines with each other, you have this 2 yin, or yin yang, yang yin, and yang yang. So you have this combination, and then you divide it one more time. You have this 8 trigrams, which is the basic of every Taoistic wisdom. And it's these trigrams which are all related to one of the 5 elements. Yeah. And they are all related to one direction. So when we want to know whether these formulas we need to analyze a room, these formulas we need to analyze a room are based on direction. Yeah, because everything in our living world has a direction. There's nothing that doesn't have any direction. So a wall has a direction, a door has a direction. When you look at one picture, you look at one direction. We are all sitting in one direction, and we have our back into another direction. So everything can be described by directions. And these trigrams, these lines where we have these 3 lines together, they are all related to one of the 8 directions, the cardinal directions and the sub-cardinal directions. This is really beautiful. And then you go one step further, you see the Chinese signs, and then you see the numbers, which are all related to one element. For example, the 1 is the water element. Look at the 1, which is the 3rd character left above. And when you go down and you see the trigram related to the 1, you see that the male, the yang line is in the middle. So only one little hint to get aware about how it is related to nature. It's like a river. The river has its fastest in the middle. You know, this is the water, how it flows. And it's also, the water has, it's looking for the deepest, the deepest point. It always follows the gravitation. It's looking for the deepest point on Earth. It wants to go into the middle of the Earth. This is the way of water. And if you look at this trigram, you see how beautiful this is, because it has in the middle, it is black in the middle. And I can show you another one. For example, the two is the element of Earth. And Master Yap said to the related trigrams, it's the three female lines, the three yin lines. And he says, okay, many broken mountains. This is the sign of this trigram, the energy of this trigram. And if you go straight to the right side with the 6, which is the heaven, which is it's a metal element. It's related to heaven. It's the yang in that combination, and it has these 3 straight lines. This path is the holy path, and you can bring all of this together to the nothingness. And this is why I figured it out, and I just put it into this image. And every formula I work with is based on this DNA, how it is going. And I was, when I was ready with designing this page, I was in my inner, I was very sure that I'm on the right path, that I have a tool. This is based on something which is really strong. But nevertheless, I wanted to prove it with my heart and with my body and with my intuition and with my feeling. Because I wanted to know, Fuxi, Fuxi is the founder of Taoism. He lived 6,000 years ago, and the legend says that he was sitting at the Yellow River, contemplating, in deep contemplation, and all of a sudden a horse came out of the river with something written on his back, which is the Hertu. I don't have this, but it is related on that what I showed you before. It's the 4 directions, and how these 8 trigrams are going into these directions. This was written on this back of this horse. This is the legend. And when Fuxi saw this horse with this beautiful signs, it was a time where we didn't have characters at all. People had no possibility to write things down. So when he in that time has this experience with that horse, his idea was, he was like, okay, now I know how to tame the wild. because at that time, and this is written in the monument of Fuxi in the province where he died, there is written that in that time when I was living, the children didn't know their fathers, and there was nothing, no order in life. There was, when the people were hungry, they were eating. When they were no more hungry, they throw everything away. So they had no idea about cultivating, about family and all these things, because they only lived by their needs. And that was what Fuxi wanted to tame. He wanted to bring kind of order into the wild world. And that was his picture he had. And I wanted to feel about how that must have been, how this legend really was, because it's nearly forgotten. And I had sometimes I contemplate and then I write things down, stories come into my mind. And I just wrote a book about spirit planning, and one of these passages of my book is about when I was contemplating about Fuxi when he was sitting at the Yellow River. And I want to just read this passage about about my encounter with Fuxi when he was sitting there. I want to share with you. Okay, it's a little bit written in lyrics. The power of longing was also felt by the young man, let's call him Fu, whom we met many thousands of years ago, and that was so long ago that there were no characters at all at that time. He lived somewhere in the southern hemisphere. One day, after Fu had long sat in deep selflessness, like a flower on his warm moss bed by the Yellow River, he suddenly turned his gaze upward to the starry night sky. He had done this many times before, but this time it was different. He was another. He was in love with a delightful girl who, like him, was full of curiosity about life. And he wanted, indeed, he had to tell her what he saw at that moment in the starry sky, and even more what he felt about it. Several times in the past days, he had followed his inner desire to communicate to her when he was moved and touched by something, but he had always had the feeling that she did not understand him, not really, not completely. This awakened in him an even greater longing to be one with this enchanting beloved in the most intimate way, to confide in her in a way that connected them both like one being beyond words. So Fu looked into the stars and surrendered to his strong longing for perfect oneness with a girl in his heart. At that moment, he had a divine inspiration. He took a small stick and drew a horizontal line in the ground. This was him, the solid, arrived in the here and now. This line contained all he could say about himself. It was no longer a world that can only echoed, a story that interpreted. It seems fragmentary. The magic he felt inside him was no longer lost as soon as the word left his lips. And this line suddenly became a fact on the ground in front of him and also in the moon. Yes, it gleamed softly as a streak of light on the horizon. What more did he have to explain now? This line was for him the most beautiful and richest explanation he could give her about himself. Everything was represented in it, a path, his path, the unbroken firmness and strength that he felt in himself, the clarity, the presence, the light, the oneness. And he recognized a further. The girl was his completion, the one that he longed for, the perfection in his being on this world. All that he was missing in his clarity and his incredibly conscious presence, he again took the little stick and also drew the girl into the earth, an interrupted horizontal line. This line described what he needed for wholeness, what was not inherent in his being, the soft, open, the receiving. The line was described his longing for perfection, not on empty, God on the line that described his longing for perfection, God an empty, dark center. That was the difference. In his center was the darkness, the softness, the receiving. Fu looked again into the starry sky. There he saw his painting. He understood. Everything he saw from now on could be described with these two lines. It was no longer a story that could be interpreted, used, and distorted. His drawing had exactly the clarity and ambiguity he had so desperately longed for. At last, he could explain the starry sky and even the whole world to his beloved. So this is the story that came to me when I was contemplating about Fuxi sitting at the Yellow River. And yeah, this is my personal door to this classical feng shui system. Now, I want to tell you something about my daily work and how it really works for working with my clients in their houses, which is something very realistic and 6,000 years later. So as I go into a house, I analyze two main things. The first thing is I look at the people who are living in that house. Everybody of us, every human being has its own inner compass. So you look inside and you see an inner compass. And you can, by these rules, by this, DNA that I showed you before, you can define very clearly the inner compass of an individual. It is defined by the date of the birth. So every one of us is related to one of the 8 trigrams, to one of the 8 directions. Okay, I share another picture with you. Wait a second. Here it is. Okay. Can you see this?
We see the top.
Okay.
Like
so
semicircle.
Sorry?
Like a semicircle, the top.
It's a circle, yes, exactly. So this is
she's trying to say, Kathrin, she's trying to say that the vision we see It's not the full circle, but if you bring it up a little bit more, up, just like, maybe if you click, oh, there you go. Perfect. No. A little less. Okay, there, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, this is it's called Pachai. This is what Grandmaster Yap taught me in the main. This is the Pachai. This is the inner compass of a person which is in the direction of the 6. The 6 is related to the northwest, and it's this what we saw before, this trigram with the 3 yang lines. So when I analyze that inner compass, I first look at the year this person is born, and when I see the year this person is born, I can see, okay, this person is Gua 6. The formula that lies behind that also goes back to that DNA I showed you before. Yeah. So and the person, okay, with the Gua 6 has this inner compass, and it shows, you see the plus and the minus. So you see, when you look at the inner small circles, I hope you can see that, it's big enough for you. So you see there is above a red minus, and then clockwise a green plus, a blue plus, which is in the west, a yellow plus with this in the northwest, and so on. So this is how I can determine a person's way of life, you know. This guides you through your whole life, and this doesn't change. So when you once know this, you know your inner compass, and then you go into a plano, into a plan. So that's what we do right now. We go into a plan. I show you a plan. Let me check. Yeah, let's take this one. So this is a plan of a house. And as I lay this grid, this green grid on that house, I see, and I analyze with my compass the directions of that house. I see how the directions are occurred in the plan. So you see the west up above on the left side, and the northwest and the north, and so on. And now it begins to get complicated, but I studied it and I work with it for more than 20 years. So when you now bring together the character of the people with their inner compass, with the energy they have in their house, which is a total cosmos at itself, then you know, then you can figure out how harmonic they live in their houses, and where we can develop a little bit, open doors into more harmony, into more being connected with heaven and earth. So this is the secret. And this is so beautiful when you do this with you don't need to know the clients you work for. You don't need to know their about their problems or about what they want to achieve in life, or where are the things that the doors that are not open in. You can see it. You can see it on the plan, and you can open doors for them. And it's so beautiful to see that these energetically opened doors, how these doors change their lives. Sometimes it's a small door because you cannot do so many things or whatever. But I always say also small doors can be passed. Sometimes it's a huge door and things change dramatically. Sometimes I only change the door to 3 or 4 degrees. The entrance with the inner energy comes in, the house breathes the energy in. And then this 3 or 4 degrees changes the whole direction of life. So these changes are really so beautiful to see. And sometimes people don't want these changes. That also happens. And when I started with this, and I felt out, okay, I have so beautiful ideas about how we can change, how we can remodel the house, or how we can, just replace the bed or a stove or a desk or something like that. And they don't do it. Then I feel deep in myself that they maybe have a fear of tapping into a new unknown world. But most of the people that I work for, they do this, and the stories they have to share are really amazing. And another thing I think for me is important to share with you, which is that, okay, you can imagine that I build houses, I remodel houses, the people invest a lot of money in their, breaking walls down or buying a total new interior equipment. But what I do has nothing to do with money. It is something that everybody can have. It's something that works in the smallest little room, because everyone here on earth is related to this. It's if you are living in a small hut or in a big villa, you can profit from that art and science, because it's has nothing to do with how much money you have and how your life is. So everybody has the possibility to change. And this is what I really love about my work, that I work for clients from a total range from 12 square meter apartments to big houses. And the result is always the same. And this is so beautiful. I just see a big bird flying through my garden. So, yeah, this is what I wanted to share with you. I hope you could follow me. And thank you for listening.
Fascinating. There's lots of things in the chat. Kathrin, Maria, do you want to share something? You had a question? Or if anybody...
I had a desire. my desire was to see if you can or share with us later, where can we see some of your work? Like some of the houses, if you have anything that we can see. I would love to see and enjoy that design.
I can, yes, maybe I can show you one house but I only have prepared an exterior picture, not from the interior. Let me see. Wait.
I want to add that I love how you dance between the world of dreams and visions and idea into the material world. I really enjoy that very much, how you are have that channel open, no? And receive that dream. You took us into that journey of the fantastic world, and then you brought us back to earth, bringing so much wisdom. Thank you so much.
I could share something of your website.
Huh?
No, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I wanted, shall I show your website, Kathrin? I have that up if you want.
Oh, that would be great.
I see that there's something there.
Yeah, that would be great, because I'm a little bit confused with this technique. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if we can see the whole thing or not.
Yeah, it's good. Maybe you can go on projects, on Projekte, and you can also see it's also in English.
Oh, okay. So let me see if I can go there.
Top right.
You can make the screen bigger in the browser, and then it'll take the whole screen.
Can you see?
There. Okay. Yeah, do the square that you were going to do, and I think it'll show.
So something here?
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah,
you want to make it a full page?
You can scroll down, Meenakshi. Scroll down, then I think there are some. For example, this is an apartment for a couple, which was the kitchen was in a totally different when it was a new building, and they bought it, and they wanted to have they wanted to know whether the division of the rooms and where the architect has put the kitchen and the bedroom was good for them. And I figured out that the kitchen was not on the right place, because the kitchen is one of the most important energies in a house, in an apartment, because there we transform energy. There's you bring energy into another dimension. You cook food. So this is so important, and the kitchen was in a wrong way, so I separated. I changed things in the basically plan to arrange it for this couple in a really good and harmonious way. Yeah. Can you scroll a little bit more down, please? Okay, so here we have, when you can just open that one, just click on the picture, and I think there will be more pictures coming. Yeah, this was also this was kind of villa where I I designed a new part of the building, which is this concrete element. And that was so beautiful because the old one was made of this red bricks. And I added, and that moment, today I remember when that white bird came and helped me with my design sketches. You see that the old building with the bricks is 2-story building, and the new one with this concrete, the light gray, where the new entrance is, has a 3-story. So we have always, half the stairs, you go into another story then. And it was so, for me, it was so important that I changed the entrance from the old building into another direction and on another place. And I tried that because you see here the new entrance here on the new building part is at a place where former there was a garden. And I tried to sketch the stair house. And it was so magical because it worked perfect. I had so much possibilities then to have a great apartments or to bring apartments together. So it was so magic and it worked so good. The first sketch, the bird came and showed me the way. When you scroll a little bit and then I think you will see some more pictures of that project. Yeah. This is the stair house with this split level and the old and the new coming together, also harmonizing yin and yang. And the left picture with the green, you see, this picture, I have designed a Japanese garden with a little bridge and some pathways, which I designed very also with formulas to where does the energy come from, which direction, and I established a little bit water, and it's also very important where you pose water, from what direction the water affects your house. Can be good, can be bad. So the direction of water is also very important. Yeah, and this I did. And when you scroll a little bit more down, maybe we see some more pictures from the interior. Yeah. This is the new building part, which is very low ceilings compared to the old one. Mm-hmm. And it's a working space and office and living all under one roof. Yeah. So, for example, so there are many more projects, but yeah.
I love the idea of the Japanese garden. I wish you could come here, Kathrin, and make one for me.
Amazing.
Thank you so much. This was so beautiful because it helps us to bring different forms of harmonizing that we are seeing today with all our different presenters. It's really amazing. We're going in inner, outer, we're seeing, because even the home is like, in a way, it's like our outer body, It's very much us. It's connected to who we are. And it's not just our metaphysical energy that fills it, it's also our physical. So this is beautiful, Kathrin, what you do. And how wonderfully you've put everything together from ancient to new. It's lovely. I loved everything you shared. Jessie, are you ready for your session? But if anybody wants to share anything else, so ask.
Yes, I am. I'm just turning my mic on.
Okay. and also your video, so we know you're ready. But yeah, when she's ready, then we'll introduce her. But anyone else has anything to ask or speak or say about Kathrin? Yeah, lots of lovely comments.
Yes, I
Grounded.
just see it. I'm so blessed. I feel so blessed. Thank you so much for all these comments and so much love bringing. Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful, interesting, beautiful, grounded, beneficial, intriguing. Yes, yes, it is. It is amazing, really. And I loved everything you shared about the trigrams. Because, I mean, you can keep learning them, but you've learned them from a master, and amazing. Very beautiful how that you just felt that way of putting it together. Chio is all ready to start classes. Yes. When you start teaching us.
Yes, yes, I started to establish an academy in Costa Rica, and I will have my first class in March in beautiful surrounding of Costa Rica. So if you're interested, I'm happy to see you there.
So is that for architects or is it for anyone else?
For everybody. It's open for everybody. So if whoever is interested can join that class. It's a 1-week retreat, and we will learn a little bit about it. Yeah.
I had seen your retreat. Yes. Okay. Sounds great.
Yeah.
We're just waiting when Jessie, I mean, we can keep talking, Jessie, just letting you know that when we see your video, then we'll know you're ready. There's no rush. It's okay. Take your time. Oh, I do see her. Because you're in 2 places. Okay. Got it. Let me spotlight you first.
Kathrin, they're asking for the link for your retreat.
Yes, I will send that. Okay.
Yeah, I'll put it in a minute. In the meanwhile, I'm going to do 2 things if it's okay with everyone. I'm just going to share. Shall I anyway put it in the link first? I'll do it later. I don't want to delay this presentation. Let me quickly find again my presenter bio. Okay. Wow, I love where you are, Jasjeet. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm in a very blessed space. Can you hear me, Meenakshi?
Yes, we can hear you. Have you set your thing so that you can? Yeah, I'm sure you have. So, Kathrin, will you be introducing her?
Okay, hi everyone. My name's Jessie Kaur.
Jessie, Kathrin will introduce you.
Okay.
Hello. Hi, Jessie. I will introduce you.
Okay.
Jessie uses sound therapy, breath work, energy healing, meditation, and essential oil therapy to help individuals release emotional blocks, reduce stress and anxiety to improve their overall well-being. Her passion is to empower individuals to live their best lives, both physically and emotionally, and to support them on their journey towards self-discovery and personal growth. Her website is forhealingwalls.com. So I'm very excited about that.
Thanks, Kathrin. Thank you very much. And welcome, everyone. I am so honored to be part of this event. I think while I've been listening to each one of you and learning so much, and especially I think the dance that we did with Bhupinder was so beautiful. I think learning about Feng Shui, learning about just energy. It's been such an amazing day. And I hope I can be, I'll be far from as good, but as close as I can get. And I really just want to share my healing I've learned from a Tibetan master in Dharamshala. His name is Dr. Tenzin Dhola. And this was a gift to me by a very dear friend, and hence it's even more precious to me. So what I'm going to do is we will start with a short breath meditation so that we can vibrate at the right energies, and then we can welcome in all the beautiful energies that the sound bowls give us. As you all know, singing bowls work by way of resonant energy and the energy that we receive as humans. So our bodies are 75% made of water, and every organ, every cell of our body is vibrating at certain frequencies. Now, as we move along life and we bring on, there are situations which are difficult or bring in uneasiness, sound therapy really helps to restore the balance of your 7 chakra. So that is the primary achievement, is restoration of chakra balance. And that is something that we're going to do today. Each one of you here are masters in your space and understand chakras perfectly. So let's just close our eyes, put our hearts at our heart chakra. Breathe in and breathe out. Let's allow our bodies to receive this sound healing with the singing bowls and the gong. And may this healing penetrate each of our bodies and minds and heal anything that needs to be healed. All we need to do is tune in and listen without expectation. I bow down to the energy that is going to be around each one of us today. And keep your eyes closed.
Sorry, I'm going to slightly interrupt Jessie, because we are not being able to hear.
Okay.
On your computer, can you put on the original sound for musicians? Can someone help her? Amrita, if you're here, can you help?
I'm guessing it's set to kill background noise, and it's taking your music as background noise, and so it's blocking it out from being heard. You're going to have to change a setting somehow.
Amrita had shared it in the group. Can Amrita, Maria, can someone help her with the computer settings?
Absolutely. If you check your phone, if you're able to check your phone, there's a picture where Amrita has shared when Sophia asked. It's right there at 10:05 in the morning. It will be on your upper left corner. You need to share original sound for musicians on. It's right on a little bit below the upper left corner.
You see a green thing.
reference,
Okay, and it
a
says
reference in our chat. It comes on when you, I think it comes on when you say share screen.
my apologies for this.
Oh, don't worry. When you say share screen, I think it's only when you share screen. Let me see. Computer.
No, but this is an additional thing that she can do. It doesn't come fully. So, Jessie, if you look at the above right of your computer screen now, and you see a green button.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Can you
And
hear me
then-
now? Is it any better now? The
No,
sound?
we can hear you, but not your music.
Okay, let's see if you can hear it now. I did enable something.
Okay, so but you have to stop sharing your screen, I guess, because we are seeing it. Okay, it's fine now.
See, you can do a sound check. No.
No. Oh, I think the mic may be maybe what Maria said is right. You might have to do share screen, go to advanced, and then is it content from second camera?
Put it, it's on this. So just say share sound. Just go to share screen and share sound. Just go to share screen. And it says share audio.
Your setup is beautiful. I just want to
I
say.
know, it looks so lovely.
I am actually at a friend.
In advanced computer audio.
1 second.
Because this is not coming from your computer, so it's not computer audio that we need.
Okay.
It is where it says original sound for musicians.
I don't know where it's
I'll
not.
tell you.
Okay.
I'll tell you where it is. Above left, there's a green green little thing.
Yeah.
Click
Like,
on that and then go to the right where it is a little gear that is like for settings.
Yeah.
Then when you click on that and then click on audio.
Yes.
And on the right side, you go down where it says,
Advanced.
somewhere there it says sound for musicians. Actually,
Original
not
sound
too
for
down. It's
musicians.
not too down.
I think it's in advance.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
original sound for musicians, right?
Yes.
Is it now? Now I'll play it because we've turned that on.
Yeah, let's see.
No. You're using a microphone, Jessie?
No, I turned off the microphone because I thought that was causing the issue. So I'm just directly on my laptop now.
Okay, because if you go to the bottom, all the way on the bottom where the microphone is, the little icon on the computer,
yeah,
the mic, and you choose if you have the mic, you choose your mic, it will pick up your sound because that's the same setup I have here.
Okay, I'll put back the mic 1 second. Just put
No, I think, Diana, did you mean put back the mic or you mean the computer mic?
The mic,
Okay.
not the computer mic.
Okay, so put in the mic.
And is the mic connected to your computer?
Can you see the mic's name when it says select a microphone? No. Diana, don't you feel if she brings her computer closer? No, then we won't be able to see her. Oh, but we are going to keep our eyes closed. What if she brings the computer closer and just uses the computer mic then?
That could work. Can you do a test?
Can you hear me, Meenakshi?
Very far away. We hear you, but very far away.
Oh, but you could hear her and Reina couldn't.
Barely hear you. We could hear you better without the mic on.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Now
Yeah,
it's
this is
better.
better. Yeah.
But can you hear the music?
No. But you did the musician you did that setting?
Yes. Yes.
The
audio, original audio for musicians, right?
Yeah.
Idea. What if she turns her phone, connects also with her phone and leaves her phone?
Let me try with the phone.
And mute the computer.
Yeah.
Mute the computer so it won't create.
I'll just try to do it on the phone.
Yeah.
And you will need to lower the volume on your computer so that it doesn't, once you're on your phone. Or maybe mute the computer. Yeah. So it doesn't create that double sound.
Yeah, sometimes the phones are even better than our computers.
But you leave it on so we can see you on the computer.
No, we didn't hear.
From
Yeah.
your phone. Andrés, ¿quieres el micrófono para que te grabes en audio?
I think we'll live stream when we are ready. Right now, I'm going to remove the live stream for now. But you know, for me, all this is part of harmony. This is life. You know, suddenly it will thunder, suddenly something will happen. You have to be used to that. It's okay. That's what I said.
Is it any better? Can you?
Yes, we could hear something. Now I can't.
Can you still hear me?
You, yes, music, no. How weird.
This is so, because I've turned on all the settings, which audio settings. One moment. Let me see if there's anything I'm missing.
Yeah.
Because if I go to meeting settings and I go to audio, because on the phone now.
What about live performance? I think that might be better because you have multiple instruments. Rather than original sound for musicians, try live performance audio.
Let's try live performance audio. Live performance audio. No, you'll have to do it from there only with Destiny and then settings. Do it from there.
That's my daughter helping me. So complete harmony.
Ah, thank you, daughter. That's great.
So try a live performance instead of original audio.